Did it work? Oh man. Late night live stream with Smunchy. Um, Hi everyone. So I'm kind of just figuring out some things, but I'm also kind of doing an AMA. So I actually had a couple hours on my hands, and it's Saturday night, and I kind of just wanted to chat. So I also wanted to see if this was working. I think it's working though. Yeah, I think this is finally working. Is it working? It's working. Okay. Good. Good, 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 good. Let's 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 kind of get some more folks in here. Normally I do a countdown, but the stream chat was acting weird, so or not chat, but OBS was acting weird. Let's let everyone know that I'm live. So impromptu. I guess I'll actually link the Twitch channel too, huh? I'm just showing everyone behind the scenes now. I don't even know who's awake at this time. It's 10:13. What am I saying? It's a Saturday night. I guess I'm just old now. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe that's what it is. That's okay. Okay. With me. Smunchy. With me. How is everyone doing tonight? I hope y'all are doing great. I'm posting. That's what I'm doing. I'm posting right now. I don't know. Like, I just had some time, and I really wanted to talk to people. So I've been like also kind of recovering from that Kickstarter from Naltulth. So yeah, y'all look at all these servers. Look at how many there are. There's so many. Here's Marine server. I love Marine server. Just a lot of really chill people there. Lots of chill people. Lots of chillness. Alright. We can get off this. Okay. I guess I should just open actually chat here, huh? I got a new hat. It looks great, right? At least I feel like it looks great. What am I doing? What is happening here? There we go. I think I can finally see everything? What is this? No, I don't want to see that. Okay. I don't know. It's like, it's weird. Sometimes I feel like whenever I, like, not stream for like a week or two, or a month, or I don't know, time just goes by so fast that all of a sudden things have changed, and I dramatically have to learn how everything works again. That's okay though. I get it. Things change. Y'all are about to have a peek here at the back side of things. I'm not really world building, but I'm kind of world building, but I'm not. I think I'm just working. I think that's what I'm doing tonight. I don't know, the week went by really fast. Oh, we have fallback tonight for all of you in the US. I don't know if Canada and Mexico do fallback time, just to be completely honest with you, but I know we are. So like at 2 a.m. we're gonna like fall back an hour, and it'll be 1 a.m. I haven't done like a late night stream in a while either, which is kind of cool. Normally because I'm just kind of old now, and I'll be in bed at like, you know, midnight. So Maybe not even midnight. I don't know. I'll just be in bed. And I don't know if I'll be sleeping, but man, that CPAP machine really helps a lot. So, the one that helps you breathe. And I just fall asleep so fast nowadays. Oh, you know what I can show y'all? Let me just show you all this while we're here. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. If y'all, I say it like I haven't been working on it. No, if y'all haven't read the Paths World of Ideas coming to 5th edition, you should go read that. But I actually updated some of the website stuff. And I think I just need to finally update the Path site too. Like, gosh dang, it's the mobile just section doesn't work anymore, like the responsive side of things. I mean, it does, right? Like, it does, but it, like, doesn't. Because when you go here... Where is it? People's? Bestiary. Let's go to Bestiary. Yeah, look. Look at this. It just... frustrates me. So maybe I just need to go and update that, and maybe just get a brand new theme, but... Anyway. I actually updated the Naltooth page, so for those of you who did back the Kickstarter, and if you didn't, you can late pledge today. But I went and I decided to update this page because I think it really needed it. I don't even know. What is going on here? What is this? What is this? The frustrations of... This is ridiculous. Okay, well, you can go read it. There's actually a lot of cool lore written by T.M. Wayland. Wayland? I hope that's how he pronounces it. But you'll be able to read some really cool stuff in here. And then some of it's actually my writing as well, so you can read my writing too, the lore for Naltooth. But you can late pledge. You can actually view the Kickstarter too. And right now, actually, so for those of you who did back the Kickstarter, you actually got a cheaper price because you helped us fund. But right now, we're actually running this deal on the backer kit on late pledge, so you can get the physical copy and the digital copy for $50. I highly recommend you do that right now. Because this will go up. This is going to go up to $60. It'll be full price for both, and right now it's not full price for both. So, go do that, which you should be able to do it here. And this is the one, yeah, Creator's Choice. So, we actually got a one-shot coming too. So if you're interested in like one-shots, you can get like the physical hard copy cover or hardcover copy or the digital. So, but yeah, let's see here. So some of these Blight Shadows creatures will be in the future. But I think this turned out pretty well. I'm on my big screen, so I haven't seen it on my big screen yet, which is why I'm showing y'all. Oh yeah, we got the map too of Naltooth. That turned out really cool. This actually turned out pretty well, minus like the weird... Oh yeah, and here's a media kit, if you need that in your media. There's some weird formatting up here in this text. Right here. Don't know what the heck that's about. It looks great on mobile though. Like responsive. Look at that. It's like a book. That's because some of it is actually pulled from the book. Site secret. Okay. Anyway. So, let me go back here. I should probably retweet all this. I don't know, I haven't streamed in such a long time, like late night like this, so I'm kind of just hanging out tonight, but I'm also getting work done. So if you're like joining for the first time, or you're joining me in my weirdness, that's what I'm doing tonight. Normally I'd be world building. In some cases I might be world building, but you kind of just get to see like a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. So, but I thought I'd do an AMA because I know people are really curious about that stuff. And they always have questions for me. So I'm like, hey, if you're awake at this time, now is your opportunity to start asking me some fun questions if you have them. And if not, that's okay too, and you just want to hang out with me while I work, that's totally fine. I would be playing a game right now, but The other weird thing is, like, I really need to update some of my machines because they're starting to get out of date. As in, like, hardware is starting to get out of date. So, I mean, like, I can totally play games just fine right now, but I'm not comfortable with bogging down my machines. So I really need to get that together. Just so I can get some work done. Because, like, my MacBook is now... So my MacBook Pro, that's over here, which I work on. One of the two. This one is really old now. I think it's like 8 or 9 years old. I mean, it still runs great. It's just it's starting to it's starting to need help. And then this gaming rig is probably about 8 years old as well, which, as y'all know, in the time of tech, it flies. Time of tech, is that a thing? Time of tech, I don't know. Time of tech. That's kind of ridiculous. I think yesterday or today was Marine's birthday. If y'all see Marine, you should wish him a happy birthday. So, there's that as well. Oh, jeez. Ah! Maybe I shouldn't be... Maybe I should just stick to day streams. I'm so incoherent at the moment. Where's my thing? I'm trying to find y'all. Like, I lost Twitch. Nope. Nope. Gosh dang it. There we go. Okay, found me. Found y'all. There we go. Cool. I'm back. I think I'm back. Let me look in this chat. Cool. Okay. Alright, so there we go. You guys can kind of see all the stuff we're working on. There's a lot. I gotta look at this though. Okay. So this is for those of you who did see the Kickstarter. So actually, I'll just go there. Where's the here? So for Naltulth, and I always like doing this just because for those who do watch the stream or decide to watch the VODs later, you get to see what like we're actually actively working on things. So this was the Kickstarter. This had fully funded the end of October, very end of it. It's like a week ago. We're still kind of waiting for funds and everything to come through. There's like, you know, that's always how Kickstarter is, pending stuffs. We got some cool updates going on. Which, by the way, I'll be making another update here soon, because here we did show off some of the new borders for the Candlehurst book. So this is going to be really cool. I'm really excited about that, because you kind of have your like Darkspire stuff going on, and then your Blight Shadow. But then I also just received the new borders for the one-shot adventure, Attack on the Blisterwind Road. And that kind of has Hugaroth, which is a Kraken deity for the Raltoran, for the Nightspear. And then over here you kind of have like the ship sailing across the sea to Candlehurst or Graven Rock. I forgot which one it was, but you kind of it's pretty sick. I really love it. I love the mushrooms here with the the candles for Darkspire. This turned out really well. This is of course the black and white version, because we're gonna have like this sketch version or this line work, I mean, for like black and white borders. But then we're also gonna have a fully rendered color version of this. So those are gonna go into the books. Pretty awesome upgraded stuff. I think we're looking at like a matte finish for the hardcover book, for the core setting book, and then I think we're gonna do like number 70 pages. They're gonna be pretty thick. So like if you got the Parsling's core rulebook, it's gonna be almost the same in that quality. So that's pretty great too. And then of course the map. But we'll be making a new update soon. So, but anyway, if you did back this, this kind of just shows y'all, what we're kind of working on here. This is not what I wanted to look at all, actually. This is what I wanted to look at. There we go. That's our product. This is our product board. This is our Naltooth board. So right now, we have all of this stuff in feedback and playtesting. A lot of the backers and the creature creators and a lot of people on Twitter and Reddit gave us some really good feedback. So we actually did. So what did we do recently? All right, so we updated the Trelgwyn. See, look, we got all of this feedback from backers and from just a bunch of Pathfinder 2e players. So we took all of this into consideration. You know, some of it's not going to make it in. Some of it is going to make it in. Some of it is going to change entirely. Some of the mechanics will stay the same, but also, like, the concept of the mechanic will stay the same, but then it will change on what it actually does. So Marine went out and did this, which is cool. Some Trelgwyn updates. This was all the feedback. And then working on the Chirp Gower's in here somewhere, isn't it? We did Chirp Gower updates. Oh yeah, here it is. Chirp Gower updates. So we got a ton of feedback on this as well during like some playtesting and just like people looking at it. So that was good. Again, some of this is going to make it in, some of it's not. Some of it we took with a grain of salt. So same thing here. Some concepts are going to change, some are going to stay the same, but with like different mechanics, right? Specifically because like the one thing that we've learned about Pathfinder 2e, while it is a very tight system, it also makes it very hard for storytelling at times, which sounds very weird because it's a blast to develop for. Like, I would say Pathfinder 2e is the most fun to design and develop for from a mechanic perspective. But from a storytelling perspective, the mechanics can sometimes get in the way. And this is just what I've been learning, you know, because we've been developing now, because we're still actually pretty new to Pathfinder, especially 2nd edition, I should say, when it comes to doing third-party work. And from like the design perspective and the mechanic perspective, it's just, that's the one downside to 2e that I've noticed. Awesome and fun to develop for, but like I sort of understand now why some people do prefer 5th edition. Sure, the mechanics aren't always the greatest in 5th edition, no offense to everyone out there, but the one thing 5th edition did do right is there's a lot of leniency to where the mechanics don't control the story. And meaning the GM has more freedom in some cases to tell a better story, and that's kind of what we're noticing here. There's a lot of like the chirp of the Chirp Gower was not meant to be broken when we created it. Later on we realized, after people pointing it out, it's kind of broken. We shouldn't be summoning, you know, 100 Chirp Gower. However, it also kind of makes it hard because now if the GM is like getting into RPGs for the first time, so not a veteran player, not someone who's been playing for 20 years, not someone who is like a game designer, right? Not someone who's a game developer, not someone who's a third-party publisher, but someone first time in ever playing tabletop RPGs, that's going to confuse the crap out of them because they don't know where they're going to look. They're going to have to go to the forums like Reddit, they're going to have to go somewhere else, and now they're afraid to really dive into Pathfinder because they kind of feel railroaded due to the mechanics. So that's an interesting discussion for another day that maybe we can talk about, unless maybe y'all want to do some AMA on it, but that's what I've been learning. That's the feedback I've been getting as well from people who bought Naltooth, who backed it here, and have never played Pathfinder 2nd edition until buying the core rulebook recently. So that was some pretty interesting feedback. I don't know what to tell you on that one. So that's what we learned there, and I'll probably talk about that at a later date too. But it's just something we've noticed. It can kind of hurt the storytelling. So, like I said, some's gonna go in, some's not. This actually needs to change. So Mortis Mites is actually being renamed to Mortis Monarchs. And that's because they're not actually mites. They're actually more like monarchs in this way, and what they do. But yeah, so Trigger Hour updates. This was another good one too. Another interesting update. So we had, as players were playing with Penny for a Tail, we had some really great feedback from those players too through playtesting, and a lot of them, like, we didn't think about it at the time, but we were like, hey, make Undeath just like a feat, and people can take it. We still have a feat for it, which I think is a level 0 now. So if people do want to make room for it, they can. They don't have to, but we also created it now as a background. And we realized as the GM was telling the story, the players were like, some of them were not actually undead, right? So you can become undead. You can have that second life, second survival, right? Everyone dies twice. In the middle of the campaign, and we're like, oh yeah. It's kind of one of those like basic oversights that we should have seen, but this is why we do playtesting, right? This is why we look at it and we're like, oh yeah, okay, we should look at that. So Marine went on ahead and made Undeath a background as well, which is cool. So now players can take that too. Just trying to make it easier for the storytelling side of things. We really don't want the mechanics to also railroad people in their storytelling. So we kind of have to do both. Make it easier for everyone, right? Not always easier, you know what I mean. Like, make it more accessible, I guess, is maybe a better way to look at it. Don't let the mechanics get in the way of a good story. It's probably another way to say it. But yeah, so okay, so we did that, so that's cool. So those are kind of like the latest mechanic updates. But then we added a ton of lore. Oh, and you can see some of these other things we've done too, that are in here. And there's been some other recent updates as well, for some of the other mechanics that are going on too. And you can kind of see there's some editing going on lore-wise. So like the writing. You can see there's like all this backlog. This backlog's actually pretty large, because there's more that we're going to be adding to this. But we just wrote, Mr. Wayland here wrote the Bleakbone Trading Co. lore, so we actually have that set up. We have some surprise lore for y'all, the importance of candle making, which is really freaking awesome. I can't wait to get the art queued for this. We're going to have 3 environment pieces. And we're including some extra backgrounds too, which we just decided to put in because we thought that it would work well. And then added some new Knife Spear lore. Some of it I think you can actually read on the website now. So that's going into the book, and then all of that's been edited for the first pass. So you can also see the Raltoran lore edits are done. They're like official. They just need to go into the book. Actually, I think they are in the book now that I think about it. The outline for the one-shot adventure, that's also done. Neltwolf world map is done. There's a lot more to add. So like lore-wise, we have some Necronauts introduction lore that I think Wayland's working on right now. And then we have some heritage and ancestry lore we're going to be adding as well. So like Orc blinded by Darkspire, Hands of Darkspire, the Kobolds, Gravehand, and then Goblin the Endarkened, so the Dark-Milled Goblins. And then Grimclaw, Darkspire, Death Marking. Yes, that sounds pretty awesome, right? If you know anything about the Grimclaw from just some of the brief lore, they kind of have some like bounty hunter aspects about them. They're very like thief-like, like as in like how they act, right? Like mechanically, I should say. They're not like all thieves stealing things, but maybe assassin is another way to look at it too. Rogue, right? And then we have a lot of more lore edits. There's some other things for future lore, candlers, the votaries. We're putting in so there's 2 more deities. Ayanka, she's a war scribe deity. So for those who don't know anything about the map yet, let's go look at that real quick. Let's go look at the map, because I think that's important. Here we go. Alright, so in this map, this is Warscribe territory. This is where all of the Anadorok live. So Ayanka, even though Darkspire created Naltulth, Ayanka is actually a deity that the Anadorok worship. However, the Anadorok are also from other places. They're not just from Naltulth, which is something to keep note of. And then you have Torovir, which is where a lot of the Bovedira are. So a lot of people were asking, like, when are you going to, like, is this it? Is this it for Naltulth? Like, it's just the one setting book? It's like, no way. We, at the very least, just on this map alone, we have about, so like from core setting books, because right now we have Candlehurst, so there's going to be Candlehurst, there's going to be Coldhammer, there's going to be Wallbarrow, Timberroot Trough, trying to think, Kralik Dune and Graven Rock will have their own as well. This is the Kingdom of Nyspear, though. This is where we'll kind of like bleed out of Naltulth and it'll start going into the next type of settings. So there's a lot of books actually to be written, to adventure in, to be created. There'll be some things that players will just get to explore on their own. You know, there's a lot going on here. A lot going on. So maybe I'll show you the mural board here soon too, but as you can see, there's quite a bit that we are going to be putting out for Naltulth. Like, this isn't just a one-off thing. It'll probably take us just to finish what you see in this map, because we have some one-shot adventures too and other adventures that we want to include. This will probably take us about 5 to 8 years to finish. At least finish with what you see here. And who knows, maybe things will speed up. I don't know. That's really hard to tell. So that's kind of the neat thing about this. And then you kind of course, have this Blight Shadow territory, right? So, like, you have Blight's Birth, Fort Bonehook, Hollowbite Citadel. These are, like, very established Blight Shadow places that you just should not ever go. And yeah, Kindertag Keep, constantly getting attacked, right? And then we actually added a bunch of like different woods in here, like and forests. So you have Guthost Woods, Withercough Thicket, Wickmark Woods, Emsgrave Forest, Darkbrine Forest, and Rumblewood here. So, and then there's like another port, Salt Cairn, and we have Nelrith. So it's gonna be fun. You got some Woodhaven or Woodhaven. Yep, there you go. The Mournwater Sea. So yeah, all of that to say, there's just so much to do in this. So yeah. So there you go with that one. Kind of just giving y'all a sneak peek though, because I know that a lot of Kickstarters don't exactly do this. Like, a lot of publishers don't even do this. And I think it's important for y'all to kind of see what we're making, what we're doing. And I should be clear, I should say tabletop publishers don't do this. Because a lot of, like, video game devs, right, they do this. This is like a normal thing. Here's our dev day. Speak with the devs. Speak with the publishers. Which in time we will do. We'll set one up for Wayland and Marine as well, so they can kind of talk through some of these things. But I'm sharing these with with the plans right now, because Naltulth is so new, right, that people aren't, they don't fully know what's happening at the moment. So, like, they just saw the map recently. Like, that's how new this is. It's the very beginning. Something else interesting too that we're going to actually outline, because here you have the Slumbering Mountains, but you'll see here there's actually, it says Darkspire territory, which is like all this purple. But then you have like Krentsor, which is actually the name of this region, and that's why this like bold red line here outlines this region. Krentsor is still Darkspire territory. It's known as the same thing. And that's because when the Nyspear came over, and after, you know, the Darkspire Undead and the Nyspear had their their, hunt off, I guess, killing each other. And, the Bovedira, which, by the way, for those who don't know, the Bovedira are going to be a bovine heritage, or not heritage, but ancestry that we're introducing into Pathfinder, second edition, as well as through third party, and then third party compatibility. You'll see that later on, but like they stayed out of it. The Onatarok kind of stayed out of it for a while. Even the Blight Shadow were like, yeah, we're not gonna mess with that. Until the very end, where the Blight Shadow were like, no, we're going to mess with it. So that's now this alliance is formed between Darkspire and the Nightspear. So some know it as Krentsor, some know it as Darkspire territory. The Blight Shadow don't really hear it often called Krentsor, so it's kind of like a tactical advantage thing. But anyway, yeah. So all that to say, there's a lot of books coming out there, or will be in time. But right now, we're just focused on Attack on the Blisterwind Road and Candlehurst. So that is essentially, let's go back to the map, show you where that's at. So this is Candlehurst, this tiny little port right here. And then Attack on the Blisterwind Road is this road that leads into Bitterfall, right here in the Shiver Shriek Canyon. Those are the only two we're putting out right now, because it's that new. And that's what was funded on the Kickstarter. So we do have, after this, we're probably going to work on the next book, which is a Necronauts book. It's not like I guess you could consider it a full setting book, but it's much smaller in my opinion. So that'll be like a fast follow to Candlehurst, because a Necronauts is essentially like a floating. You know what? Let me just show you. How about that? Let me just show you. Here. We only have sketches right now and like line work, but you will see the full art later on. Later on, way down. Yeah, here we go. So this is a Necronauts. It's kind of like a floating ship and a floating undead ship overall. And this will be more like that fast follow book that comes after Candlehurst, and that's because this Necronauts, Gloomauger is what it's called. Gloomauger is floating right up outside of Candlehurst, and this is where a lot of the Blight Doctors are. They're doing research for Darkspire, trying to cure Blight, hence Blight Shadow, and how, because people can get infected by Blight Shadow, which you'll read that more in the lore as we're going to be introducing this, and I'm going to be kind of dive more into Blight Shadow as a whole. So that'll be kind of more uncovered here, and then there's some other fun things we're going to put in here that I can't talk about right now. And here's like a really rough sketch of a Necronauts that you can see how massive they are. So, Obscura, hey, welcome. I see you on Twitter. Welcome, thank you. One, thank you for following us on Twitter and like just being so active with us. But two, thank you for joining the Twitch chat. It's good to see you tonight or today. I don't know if it's tonight or today for you, but either way, glad you're here. I remember those; they were very cool. Which the Necronauts, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Today for me. Okay, all right, gotcha. Yep, yeah. So it's late night here for me. I don't normally stream this late, but I figured I should tonight. The Necronauts, yep. These are going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. Gloomauger will be the first one we kind of introduce. There is going to be some lore, though, that we're going to be introducing in the Candlehurst book about Necronauts, though. Because Necronauts are not just a Darkspire thing. Which is the one thing that really, I think, separates Naltulth from most other undead settings out there, period. Because it's Civil War undead, so it's not just like, this is the only undead. It's literally undead versus undead. So the Blight Shadow have their own Necronauts, which is really cool too. But here, yeah, we talk about, where is it? Here we go. I talk a little bit about kind of what they have on them. So kind of like the size of a small town city that, piloted by its undead crew. So they have Shrill, this one, the Gloomauger has a Shrill Thwarper cannon They have a Darkspire Temple on it, and then an Atrophy repeater turret, which is, so these are the cannons. This is the repeater turret down here. So yeah, those are going to be cool. The Blight Shadow. And I should say, because like these are more made out of like Darkspire steel, so more natural, like more metal-like materials, and a lot of magic goes into it. Not to say Blight Shadow doesn't either, but Blight Shadow, theirs are made of like corpses and bone and other undead things. So yeah, those are pretty intense. But yeah, so that Gloomauger will more than likely be like the next fast follow after Candlehurst and after Attack on the Blisterwind Road. So, but yeah, that's kind of just why I'm showing you all these things, like where we're at. We're making some great progress. So, our goal right now, and we plan to put this in the Kickstarter updates following here soon, just before some of the holidays coming up. I plan to at least put out 2 updates, I believe. Might be 3. I don't remember. But I know that with some of the newer borders coming out for the books, so the books are actually getting upgraded with artwork, which is really cool. And that's just something we wanted to do as like a thank you to everyone, just for supporting us. And I kind of felt that it was needed, so we're doing that. But then a lot of like this lore, you'll see like some of our progress here. So we're aiming for April at the latest to finish all writing, all mechanics, all playtesting, all artwork. We're aiming for April 2022 to finish all of that, which is extremely aggressive. But that's how we work, though. Like we don't do crunch. Like that's another interesting thing about us at Smunchy Games. We've been actually actively working on Now Toolth for the last year and a half. So behind the scenes, we've already been doing this. So we kind of give ourselves leeway. So our developers, designers, artists, myself included, other writers, all that, we don't get burnt out, and editors, right? So you kind of have to pace yourself. But because we have added things, like the stretch goal, we hit the Grimclaw, so they're being added. So we have to make sure we do add and get those in. But April's our timeline to get all that finished, and then we plan to finish out the layout by that time. So like a couple months later, so April, May, June time frame, layout should be finished, because we have one currently, but it's going to get updated, and then it'll go straight into production. That fast. Same with Attack on the Blisterwind Road. So Obscura says it's good to see floating cities that aren't crashed. Yeah, I agree, for sure. Obscura also says very aggressive, slow burn developing. I can dig it. Yep, yeah, that's what we're all about, for sure. We're all about that. Like it's not a. I don't know. Like I've been in and out of the games industry for so long, and software too, and not just tabletop, but like video games too. And man, all I can say is that the last thing I want to do is crunch, because I remember crunching on other games back in the day, and even just software like applications that I've helped design and develop. And man, it hurts sometimes, like physically and mentally and emotionally. Like you're just like, man, because when you need those mental health days too, right? Like during the crunch, you just feel like you can't take it. You can't take time to yourself when you need it, and I don't like doing that, especially to our team. So I typically that's why we always get ahead. We always try at least to get 1 to 2 years ahead before we hit a Kickstarter. Or a release, because sometimes it doesn't always go to Kickstarter. Sometimes we just go straight to retail, or we just go straight to digital launch, whatever the case may be. But I can't do that anymore. So, and it makes for happier people and teams. So why not do that, right? But yeah, so this is kind of aggressive, but it's aggressive because we're kind of like almost done. We're almost done with it, which is kind of nice. I would say most of the chunk of it's going to be the playtesting, because we've already had some major playtests, and 3 of them were live for like thousands of people to see. So, Obscura says, I think everyone is getting over crunch as a go-to strategy. Yeah, yeah, and rightfully so. They totally should be. It's not a good way to run a company, but it's also not a good way to, like, I don't know, you're making games. They're supposed to be fun. They're not supposed to be like, I want to bang my head against the wall and maybe put my head through it if I need to. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I also just have a lot of empathy. I am like, outside of games, I do a lot of UX work too, and I don't know. Maybe that's a part of it. Maybe I have high empath. Like, I don't know. I just care about people. Okay. um, and so strategically, in order to do that and still release and deliver quality games, right? Like quality print and digital and artwork and lore and writing, all that fun stuff, mechanics. You gotta be ahead of the game. So, which is weird because I was called, like, back in the day, I'd probably be crucified right now by, like, the bigger game heads, like game dev heads, or by back in the day I mean like early 2000s, so like 2005, 2004. Man, I would have been crucified back then if I said that, but that's what I truly believed then anyway. So, oh well. I'm just glad that everyone's seeing it now, which is nice. You know, caring about people and their mental health, and but also caring about their life. So, yeah. Anyway, but as you can see, so this is kind of where we're at. It's the update. Typically, I don't know if people would want to see these updates in like a Kickstarter update. I don't know. I never thought about that. I could always screenshot this and put it in, but I don't want to, like, bore anyone either. Hopefully I'm not boring anyone now. But yeah, here, what you're seeing here is our product backlog. So this isn't just Naltooth. So if y'all are interested in our other things that we do outside of Naltooth, or Parslings, we do so much. There is so much we have at Smunchy Games going on right now. It's actually kind of getting to the point where I imagine in the next 4 years, I may just have to start doing some outright hiring. But we'll see. I don't know. Like, our team, it's weird because we're big, but we're not. We're actually quite small when I really think about it. But we're not as small as other companies. So, I mean, clearly, as you can see, there's like a lot happening here. But yeah, anyway, all that to say, what we kind of have coming up next outside of Naltooth, because Naltooth is already on the way. It's already going, moving forward, moving fast. This will be, once all that's done in like April, May, June timeframe, this will, I guess it depends on COVID nowadays, right? Like, if COVID just decides to delay us in shipping, because that could happen, there's nothing we can do about it. But that's also kind of why we're trying to get ahead of it, because we don't want it to be delayed too badly. We've gotten pretty lucky lately with our fulfillment companies that we partner with and our distributors and all that, so it's been kind of nice. We even delivered in North America early for our promise, so we delivered, I think, a month early, and unfortunately with Australia and so Australia, UK, Europe, we're now delivering late because of COVID, but it's not as late as it could have been, which they were predicting like 6 months to a year late. We're going to be delivering 2 months late, which is great, I think. Especially in this time of COVID where there's like a ton of shortages, so that's fun too. But yeah, next is going to be, we got a couple things going on. We got Paths World of Adia, which is going to hit 5th edition, and our unique path system, so our own path system that we created. And we also have the next Parslings books that we're working on, and they will be coming out soon too. We don't have a Parslings complete plan yet, so I can't share too much about that. There's more that's going to be coming around that. But Path's World of Idea is going to hit Kickstarter for sure next year. This is Path's World of Idea. So I really need to update. I really just need to get a new theme on here because of the mobile issue. Obscura says, yeah, shipping delays are happening all over, unfortunately. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were told, like, because Blue, he's the creator of Parslings, and I'm a co-owner of Parslings. And he's in Australia. So when we are told, like, you know, oh, it's going to be like 6 months, like 6 to 12 months, I was like, oh my gosh, you know, like, no way. I can't do that to those people. I mean, I know that, like, Australia and UK and Europe, they always get late anyway, shipments, but, like, come on, man. You know, like, that's too late. So, I don't know. That kind of hit me. But now it won't be as late as they had predicted, so, which is nice. It makes me feel good. and the team as a whole. So, but I do legitimately feel bad for some of my publisher friends and designer friends and creators, because some of them do board games and others have had like massive RPG runs on Kickstarter where they're like in the millions, you know, in funding. And when I consult, because I do it so much nowadays. When I consult on the business side of things and I try and help them out, one of them, they had, there was a board game, they had their board game stuck on a shipment, on a big ship. All the different, why can't I think? I think it's because it's late at night. Shipment containers? Yeah, the shipping containers, they all toppled into the sea. So that sucks for them, unfortunately. And now they're having to find a way to make ends meet. And it really sucks because they're not like someone like, you know, Wizards of the Coast or even Paizo or like Games Workshop, right? Like they can't just come up with like a few million on the fly. So I hope they find a way. And then there's others that I've consulted for recently for other RPGs, and their books are sitting still in the fulfillment or the distribution, manufacturing centers overseas right now. Well, some of them manufactured here in the U.S. or North America somewhere. They can't get them off to ship either. So they're just sitting there right now. And yeah. But anywho, hopefully they'll be able to find a way. Hopefully that all dies down. This is going to be the next big thing that's gonna hit hard for us, only because we've been working on Path's World of Idea for so long. Path's World of Idea is actually our flagship world and game, outside of like Parslings. And we've been working on this now for 7 years. It's a long time. Almost a decade we've been working on this. So, we're going to be releasing it both on the Path system, which is the system we created, and then 5th edition, D&D. So, because originally we did launch this in 2019, but I canceled it because we were going so fast, and we were not ready. Just as a team, we were not ready to take on that level of commitment. It was getting so big. Because the thing is, the one thing on the Kickstarter, people clearly wanted it, but then like manufacturing costs didn't line up with like the costs we were getting. But then while that was like we were looking at it like a doomsday thing, like, oh man, maybe we messed up. But on the other side, we had a bunch of retailers asking for it, and there was one retailer who wanted like thousands of units, and I'm like, okay, we can't do that right now because we're really tiny. Like it was me and like 6 others total outside of my wife, who's the co-founder of Smunchy Games, and then like my brother-in-law on the sidelines. So we were really tiny. But now we're we have grown. So. Because you kind of... Obscura says, because you kind of have to launch most products for 5e as well. Yeah, yep, nowadays that's a thing. And the biggest thing, one, to be totally honest, we were actually really surprised at how much Naltulth funded. We did kind of expect more, and that's being honest. You know, we kind of expected more people to be interested from the Pathfinder community. Not saying they weren't, but we've also learned some interesting things too, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The Pathfinder 2nd Edition community is small, but they're mighty, which is why this number surprised us. We were like, oh, wow. But we also, when we were running ads, we quickly realized, like, we probably should have also put this out for 5th edition. But we, you know, it's hard because we wanted this to be, like, exclusive for Pathfinder 2nd edition. So pretty much what we're doing, this is like our plan right now. You know, we're saying this is exclusive as today for Pathfinder 2nd edition. And in a year from now, if for some reason we don't see a growth, because those are some of the unfortunate things we learned, then we will have to release this on 5th edition as well. So that's kind of the downside to this. And it's weird because when we were advertising, because I do all of our marketing campaigns and I'm always running all the ads and stuff, we reached over 100,000 people. So that's kind of a big deal because while our conversion was awesome for the followers, I think it was like a 25% conversion, which is pretty incredible. The amount of the ads converting was super tiny, and that's because it wasn't 5th edition. So we had a lot of people message us, probably around almost 400 messages asking why this wasn't on 5th edition, which is very interesting. So we'll see what happens. And to be fair, like, we're one of the only third-party publishers right now doing third-party compatibility for Pathfinder 2nd edition and not 5th edition for Naltulth at the moment, who does not have a contract with Paizo. So that's another thing. Well, we learned there are actually a lot of third parties out there that do. Third party, putting that in air quotes right now. Maybe if we had a contract with Paizo, this would be a different story. But yeah, right. You know, Obscura says, yep, which is fair. I just really appreciated the Pathfinder second edition first mentality. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's why we did it. Like, it's weird because, like, we love the system a lot. We also love a lot of the, like, content they put out, right? Like, there's, like, a lot of inclusion, other things like that too in it. That's why we did it. We have noticed after playtesting there are some downsides to Pathfinder 2nd edition, which I had said a little bit ago, but that's where the system at times railroads the story, so GMs don't feel like it's as flexible, which was an interesting bit of feedback we got. So these are people that have never, like, played either a tabletop RPG before, or they're brand new to Pathfinder 2nd edition, and I was like, interesting. Had not considered that take, but it does happen, and that's because the mechanics are so tight. So maybe that's the downside of having this beautifully crafted system. Sometimes the mechanics get in the way of a good story. So, I don't know. That's where it's interesting. But, yes, Pathfinder 2nd edition is what we had first, mentally wise. Like, that's where we take it. So, but I think it's also because it's just fun to develop for, too. Like, you know, the developers for Paizo, I think it was Mark, is it Seifter? Is that how you say his name? Arcane Mark? Yeah, that dude. Pretty cool guy. He was talking about how the system's modular, and it's beautiful how he crafted that, so I appreciate that very much. Cough, legendary games, cough. Right. or people approach it from a 5e POV when it really isn't. Right. That, yes, absolutely. That's another thing too. So, and that's kind of why it's been an interesting journey to see like the different responses to all of this. You get it from the different sides. So, but that's why, at least with Path's World of Idea, we're going to be, doing 5th edition and our own path system that we created. There have been some requests for 2nd edition on here too, Pathfinder that is. I don't know if we'll do it or not. I guess it depends on if the community really wants that. Like, if the PF2E community is like, hey, I really want to play Idea, but I want to play it on Pathfinder 2E. Because if that's the case, we can totally do that. We just need to make sure like the requests are there. So, and the demand. People want that, so. But we knew that like Naltulth was going to be that in demand. Especially because when we were introducing like these archetypes, right? So like the Crypt Knight, because we're gonna put that in. We've already started to make up the funding in the late pledges, and we were only like a couple hundred away. So we're like, yeah, we're gonna put that in for everyone. And we're already reaching that, so that goal is gonna happen. But we also have like 6 other archetypes too. So this is the first one that we're going to be doing for this book. And that's just personally, like, I thought was really cool for 2nd edition, so making your class whatever you want to be is pretty sweet. But yeah, this will be the next big one, Idea. So, so much has gone into this. This world, so like Naltulth has planned, you know what, let me just pull up Mural. Since you're here, Obscura, you get to see all the behind the scenes stuff now. You get to see like how the sausage is made. Let me see here. Is it this? I think it's this. This is my mural board. That's where I do all my planning. Other crazy things. So this is a bunch of stuff for Naltulth. This is a bunch of stuff for Naltulth. Here we go. So right now we have, these are these blue sticky notes. So we have Candlehurst, which is the one we're focused on right now. And all of this is going to be included and more. So Attack on the Blisterwind Road, that's the one shot. But then everything else in blue that you see here is going to be a book, a big book, not like an adventure, but like Candlehurst, it's going to be a large setting book of like 200 plus pages. Gloomauger maybe a little less, maybe around 150, just because it's a setting book, but it's all about the Gloomauger Necronauts, right, which we just talked about. So we're going to have Coldhammer, Timberroot Trough, and Walborough. Those 3 are going to come out at some point in the future. And then we have the Beasts and Baubles books, which are going to be, we're going to make one for each territory. So we're going to have Blight Shadow territory, Darkspire territory, Torovir, and Warscribe territory. Marine, hi, welcome. Good to see you, dude. Obscura says, I didn't miss the chat here. Obscura says, yeah, the PF2 community is still growing. Yes, it is. Once it grows more, people will be more keen for other settings. Yeah, I imagine so, for sure. Obscura says, I'm looking at getting into third-party publishing down the road, so I love to see it. Oh, there you go. Sweet. Good. Yeah, the Pathfinder 2nd edition community really needs it right now. Like, outside of Infinite. Like, Infinite is great and all, but yeah, that needs to grow. Hopefully Paizo has a good plan for it. Yeah. But yeah, so these are the Beasts and Baubles we'll be putting out. And then later on, as you saw on the map, Nightspear related setting books. We'll have Kralik Dune and Graven Rock. So there's a lot coming out overall, which is good. And all of these books I have to now get into here. I have to get them into our backlog, which is already massive. This is actually changing. So this is turning into Kralik Dune. And yeah, I'm just an open book. I don't know. I've always been that way whenever I operate. I feel like transparency is better, so people can see it. This needs to go here. Pathfinder 2E5E. We'll see now. We also need to do Graven Rock. And then we need to add... Where is it? Gloomauger. Wallborough. Coldhammer. Timberroot Trough. And then Beasts and Baubles, so we need Blight Shadow territory. Darkspire territory. Torovir. Warscribe territory. There we go. That's so much. Yay. Obscure says I'm trying. I feel ya. It can be really hard, like getting into this. I mean, like I said, we've been doing this already for 7 years, and like our name is just now getting out there. So it's been a hot minute. Obscure says I'm looking forward to seeing how the setting develops. Would love to run it on stream as well. Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, you do stream. I'd appreciate that. That'd be really cool to see. I have to get with Jake on this to see where he's at on Adia. I'll do that there. But yeah, that'd be great. I would appreciate that a lot. And this is inactive. Holy smokes. Show more labels. Altulth. Pathfinder 2E. And Graven Rock and Kralik do need to move down. I need to be added to that. And they need to move down here because they're not going to release until way later. Yeah, I know. Like I have Penny for a Tale and Weave the Tale asking me right now. They're like, "Hey, do you have anything else that you can stream?" Because they had so much fun. They had a blast with Parslanes. They had a blast with Naltulth. I even loved watching them cosplay. I thought that was really dang cool. Man, they just hit it out of the park on the cosplay. The characters are great. Very well done and emotional. A lot of emotion, a lot of life to the character. All of them in general. And then the storytelling was great. Ian did a really awesome job. I know that Guild of the Phoenix is also another one I would like to start seeing stream Naltulth. I still have to work with Fen on a lot of that, though. So, I know he's been doing a lot with Lancer, I think, as like a podcast. Oh, then there was something else. I've been like trying to catch up with everyone in our tabletop RPG verse. So, here we go. I like that Trello makes this easier for me. Thank you. Gloomauger will be next. This is something we need to... That'll need to go up here. Well, bro. This is later on. I also see the other thing too. The reason why I like showing this is I like showing that, you know, we do have a lot planned for all of these things we do. Like it's not just a one-off thing. This needs to go here somewhere. I'm not sure on that one yet. Members, labels. Because the thing is like when you look at like Paizo, like one, they're shotgunning like tons of books out right now. I kind of think Paizo needs to slow down just a little bit on some of the book releases. It's getting hard to catch up with them. Too much content too fast, wallet fatigue, etc. So if they could slow down just a little bit, that'd be good. But then I understand they're also trying to catch up to like where they were with Pathfinder First Edition, and then of course, you know, Wizards of the Coast's 5th edition. But I think because, we're so tiny compared to like those bigger guns, I like showing this just to show that there's more in the future. So you're not like looking at it going, well, am I never going to hear from them again? And I think that's super important. Because we're here for the long haul. Like, when we created Smunchy Games, for Path's World of Adia alone, we have over 40 books to release for that setting. So, we're going to be here for a while. And we've already been here for 7 years, which is bonkers to even think about that it's been that long. But it has. It's been a long, long time. I still can't believe it sometimes. I'm like, no way has it been a decade almost. No way. No way. And then some of our vets, right? Like, they've been here for already 4 or 5 years with the company. So I'm like, gosh dang. What is going on right now? But yeah, I just think that's super important. There's a lot of us. Oh, in reference to what? Oh, in reference to the TTRPG community? Yeah, there is. Yes. I believe that's what you're referencing. For what I've been told, they wanted to front load a lot of content before getting into new stuff. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, and I get it. It for sure, right? Like, you want to do that. I think what I'm seeing in, like, because, like, here's the thing, it's not just Twitter, right? Like, I'm involved in, like, all the different socials and all that, so, and not just Reddit, but, like, even places where people dare not go, like Facebook or Instagram. There are a lot of people who are very frustrated because the content's coming out so fast. Either the GM, like, they've actually had players, like, quit their campaigns because Guns and Gears just came out and they want to now create a new character and go through a new campaign, so the GM's getting frustrated, trying to put things together, because that's where the mechanic heavy part comes in, right? The crunch. So they're trying to keep up with that. I don't know. It's kind of like, in a way, a perfect storm there. But then you also have players feeling sad because they want to create new things, but they can't. They don't feel like they can yet. So that was another interesting thing I've been witnessing and observing. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens, right? Time will tell. I'm the extreme optimist in most cases, so I'm sure everything will be just fine. But yeah. But now I need to organize this accordingly. So, Gloomauger, Blight Shadow territory. So this is a Beasts and Baubles, which now I need to create a new label for. Beasts and Baubles? Beasts and Baubles. Beasts and Baubles. I think that's how I spell it. Did I spell it right? Yes, I did. Cool. Alright, Blight Shadow. Gloomauger, Blight Shadow, Coldhammer, Darkspire territory. Oh man, that's right. There we go. Torovir, Coldhammer, Darkspire territory. No, this needs to do this, that, and then that. And Warscribe, yep, there we go. Warscribe territory, Timberroot Trough. And then Kralak'din, Graven Rock. Alright, makes sense. So this is in priority right now. That could change. We could have some of these in parallel, but it just depends on what's going to happen. So, Obscura says, Paizo, here's a 1 to 20 AP every 6 months that takes a year plus to complete. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of another thing I was thinking. I was like, man, if they're punching out books that fast, I wonder how their staff is feeling. Because those books are not small. Like, I have Secrets of Magic sitting behind me right now. And even reading through that, just looking through the layout and the artwork, like, man, that's thousands of hours of work just for that one book. So, yeah, I often wonder how they're feeling. Well, I guess we don't really need to wonder anymore. We kind of already know about all the stuff that's been going down, so we kind of actually know how they're feeling, but you know what I mean. Um, which I guess is kind of an interesting topic, but that's, yeah, I don't know. Again, that's my empathy side coming out. Because, like, and that's another interesting thing, too, like, unlike some of the bigger dogs, right, like, I am the owner of Smunchy Games, but I am also deep in the weeds with everyone. So, like, I am regularly working alongside Marine and Wayland and Jake and Zika and Chase and Will and just, like, Blue, the rest of our team, right? Claire, Zen is coming on. Like, I'm in the weeds with them, so I'm not I'm not like the other executives or management where they sit in the offices and like kind of close themselves out and like give orders in that way. That's not me. I'm doing the work. So like I'll be doing all the layout work for Naltulth. And then I'll be doing I did a lot of the writing for it recently, and then Marine did a bunch of the mechanics, and then I did some editing, but Wayland's going to do a lot of that editing lore-wise, and then we're going to pull in a mechanics editor to look at it, and then we'll have some sensitivity reading, right, so that'll come into play, but we'll all be doing it together, so it's like, yeah, I don't know, I've always operated that way too, like even in the other companies that I run, I'm not someone to, I like getting my hands dirty, I guess. Obscura says they lean on freelancers a lot and they unionize recently, so you know. Yeah, no, that's good, actually. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing, too, is like even our art team, I'm constantly working with them, because we work with a bunch of freelancers. And all of our artists are freelance. Well, not all of them. Some of them are part-time. And we have a full-time. But most of them are freelance, and I'm still working with them though too. So like, yeah, I don't hide away. Marine, yeah, there you go. Marine says right there. Yeah, Smunchy's easily one of my best friends. Same here, Marine. Yeah, I appreciate you so much and what you do. It's a lot of hard work. Which actually reminds me, Marine, I have an advance for you coming, which we can talk offline and not on stream, but just letting you know, I have an advance coming for you. Want to become famous and buy followers? No. Marine, can you take care of that? In chat there? Obscura, you love to see it. Yes, I do. I do love to see it. Thank you, Marine. Appreciate that, my friend. I do, Lo. I do enjoy seeing that because I think they need that. You know, like it's kind of weird. I'm probably, and you can ask Marine this. So I'm a millennial, obviously, and I'm probably one of the only millennial friends that I know of that's found success very young. So I was in my very early 20s, which now I'm in my very early 30s. And, but I mean, I also started life really young too. So like while all my friends were still in high school, like I got a full-time job, like I was working. So I kind of had a rough past, but, so I've been in the workforce now and like business and doing all that for probably about 17 years. So that actually means, so I'm 32. I started when I was 15 doing this stuff, which means I've been like working my tail off for so long. But the one thing that I never understood is how the executives and management and like the mindset of that, not trying to be mean to people, but like the old school mindset, right? Like I just never understood that. Like, you can ask anyone on our team, they're all remote. No one works, like, I mean, especially now because of COVID, but, like, no one's in an office. They're in their own, they work at home. There's no reason to be in an office. So, I mean, unless people want to, like, hang out, like, that's cool. But there's no reason for it. So, one, I never understood that. I never understood why, like, all the people I worked with weren't remote. Like, why are we in a cube farm? So that was my first one. The second one was, like, the crunch. We talked about that, though, already. Never understood crunch. Don't like that. I'm like, there's such a better way to do this. And then the third one I never understood was, like, a delivery chop shop where, I don't think I've talked about that, but I hate the mindset, and I use the word hate, I think, well here. I hate the mindset that people, like, are essentially monkeys in having to deliver, like, being told what to do, more or less, right? Maybe monkey's not a good term, but maybe I could find a better term. But that's how it feels sometimes, is you don't have free will, right, in this way. I never liked that. I always wanted people to contribute. So today on my teams, because now I am a business owner, I get to do that. I have that opportunity. I now get to be like, hey, I want you to contribute. So I want you to world build this piece, or if you have an idea for here, let us know. And I do critiques, you know, like, I can tell you what's going to sell and what's not going to sell. But I'm not going to berate someone either, if that makes sense. And I think we always have learning experiences, right? So, like, if we're delivering quality, you know, yeah, we may have to rewrite something, including, like, me doing it myself, probably 20 times. That happens, you know. Same thing with game design. You know, maybe a mechanic doesn't feel right. So we're going to have to play test the crap out of that and get some feedback. And, like, honest feedback. Not like, oh, it's okay, but, like, more like, dude, this sucks. From play testers, right? So, but I always, all that said, I wanted people to contribute. And back in the day, I just never understood that mindset. You know, do as I say. I don't know. Obscure says, right? Yeah. Yep. Obscure also says, yeah, but have, like, a yearly retreat or something. Exactly! Exactly that. Like, you know, I mean, in my case, it's hard because while I'm fully vaccinated and I'm planning to get my booster shot, what month are we in? I think we're in we're in November. Jeez. So we're in November. I plan to get my booster shot within the next 6 months because of when I received it. I have a weird autoimmune thing, where it's like it's not fully autoimmune, but it acts as it. And I got cleared to get the vaccine in July by my doctor, which was awesome. But the only issue for me is that because of my medical, all the stuff that happens, like, I needed it because I have hypertension, so I have high blood pressure, but I couldn't get it right away until I got cleared. So anyway, all that said, when I got it, unlike some people where they're like, I think 85% or 90% or whatever that percentage is from getting sick, mine's much lower. So I'm like, it's high risk. Like, the thing I have, like, even when I go into like a gym, I can't. It's weird. Like, I can swim in a pool with other people because the chlorine kills the infections and things in there. But if I go to a gym, I can't do that. Otherwise, I have to wear gloves. I have to wear full leg socks, shoes, full pants, and a long sleeve shirt. And then I have to cover my face in a mask, which is what COVID now lets me do, so that's cool. But before COVID, I had to do all of that because I can't let other people's sweat or blood or anything touch my skin, because if it does, I'll get a massive infection. I'll be in the hospital for like months. So it's not good. I guess that's the long way of saying that. It's not good. So all that to say, I want to do a retreat someday, but right now I'm a little nervous. So that's another reason for the remote piece. But I do hope to do that. It would be nice. And then that way, when all my kids are vaccinated, that'll be great too. So that's another interesting thing. I have 5 kids. So right now, my oldest is vaccinated, and then the next 2 are about to get vaccinated, and then the youngest 2 can't get vaccinated until they approve it for the ages of 4 and younger. So, yeah, that was a lot. But yeah, exactly. Like, that's why we do remote, we do all that. There's no reason to do that. All the time, anyway. What was I doing? You got me going. So that was fun. Oh, and yeah, Marine, it is fancy. I just saw what you said there. It is fancy. You'll see it. We'll talk about it. I can't talk about it tonight because after this I'm going to go to bed. But tomorrow I'll send you a message about it. So, alright, so we got all of this labeled. That's good. There's so much here. Oh, I'm thinking about contracting another artist too. I'm gonna show y'all his work. I really like this guy's work. So one of our lead artists, because like Blue does all of Parslings, and then Pieo, he does Pieo does like Naltulth and Paths World of Adia and all that. But this artist applied yesterday. Felipe Perez, and I'm thinking about hiring the guy to do some freelance work. He did stuff for Gwent, which is really cool. And I just signed on one of the artists to our dark fiction stuff. He did stuff for Darkest Dungeon. Obscura says it's all good. I have feelings about not being allowed to remote myself. Yeah, I feel ya. Right now, there's like a lot of big companies that are kind of using the excuse of company culture, and I hate that excuse because company culture is how you interact with your people in general and the people you work with. I mean, heck, the majority of us have been gaming for so long. Like, I have a good friend of mine that I've never met in real life, ever. And him and I have known each other for almost 19 years now. So, I'm just like, man, y'all gotta not use that excuse. I'm like, Smunchy Games has a sick culture too. So, and we're just sick in like a good way, I should say. I guess I should detail that. We're pretty great. I recognize some of their work from the Battle Zoo. Yeah, yep, up here, right? Roll for Combat. Yeah, so they reached out to me. They were like, "Hey," I was like, "Yeah, you know what? We can talk." Of course, I mean, I always negotiate prices, so there are some things where I was like, this is a little too high, and then some of them I was like, this is a little too low. So, this was really cool. I actually liked this creature, this Knotsman. That's probably one of my favorites. And then I think our Leshy friend. I just know him by Leshy. I guess I should probably learn his real name. Unfortunately, I should do that and not just, yeah. But I saw that he had some stuff that Roll for Combat put out, which was really cool. This looks so much like our Panic Fiend, minus the face and eyes for Adia. Memento Devil. This is cool. That's cool. Gymnophobia. This is interesting. With a living library. That's sweet. Wow, that's really creative. It says KK. Good. Um, what's this? Okay, this is a roll for combat. Gotcha. Coughing Yell's ear. Is this from Pokemon? Cafagrigus. Yeah, I think this is Pokemon, right? Marine? I think Marine would know. This looks like Pokemon, though. Oh yeah, here we go. All the Pokemon. That is really cool. That's a cool take on it. Confragius. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Yeah. Gwent. This is awesome. I love this piece. Devil by the Well. Wow. Yeah, these are really cool. But yeah, so I'm thinking about giving him a shot, and like, I don't know, maybe he'll do some things for Naltulth. I may have him do some pieces for Adia as well. Like, this castle is awesome. Really love this look and feel. Did a good job on it. And it's hard because some of these things, I have to be careful with artists because I don't mind like 3D rendering and then painting and drawing over it for perspective, but there is just some photo bashing and some effects that kind of make things feel cheapened. So he has a couple of those pieces in here, but a lot of them are really great though too. So it just depends. This is amazing. This white. Oh man. Whew. That's a favorite right there for me. Gosh dang. So good. If you can't tell, I really love undead stuff. Oh, this is cool though too. Wow, that's awesome. Reminds me of our Mogdens. But yeah, oh, and that's cool too. I admit, no, not that. I mean, that's well done, but this is cool. I missed this. Reminds me of some of my drawings. And they can clearly do Anthro, which is what we also do. So we need that. Especially for the Bovadira. Because when we release the Bovadira, they're going to be here. So Coldhammer is going to be the book where our bovine ancestry is going to come into play. That's Bovadira, and then we're going to create a heritage of the Bovadira called the Ovabos, and the Ovabos are essentially like muskox. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, alright, so there's that person. Just thought I'd share that with y'all. And then, oh, that's the Naltulth one. So let's go back to this, because there's so much stuff in here. Smunchy to do, what do I need to do here? Oh, Paradisian. Okay. Oh, I got a heat map Mavaden. Okay, that is... So that's the other thing, too. For the future maps of Adia, this was done by Matthias. I always forget Matthias' last name. Poor guy. Rothenike, I think. I believe he's from Germany. I'm not sure. Anyway, he did Mavaden, but I'm going to redo this map in the style of what you saw for Naltulth. I'm going to redo it. Although I may just release it and just call it cool. But I'm going to be doing a world map for Adia like this. And then I'm also going to do continental maps and then regional maps. And then I'm going to do some city maps and town maps, etc., etc. I have one for Kindertag right now. And I have an isometric one for Candlehurst, and then I have a top-down for Candlehurst that I'm working on. I don't know why I went with Kindertag. I think it's because I was just messing around with it, but it turned out to be a cool keep. And then Bitterfall is actually really simple, so I don't have to worry about that too much. But I'm going to be doing all that for Adia, so I'm going to recreate this in that type of map style. But I have to heat map this. Because the thing about Adia is it's so dang big that we're not going to be able to do everything. We're going to try, but we're not going to be able to do it all. So, it's going to be like things we leave for GMs and players to have fun with and all that fun stuff. So there'll be certain map points. But right now, we're focused kind of on Wallenheide, mostly. And Adia is all about rising up against the Mad King and his tyranny to start. And then later on the demons and the pacts he's made. So, by the way, I don't know if y'all saw my hat. I just got this hat, by the way, today. It's the Star Wars, what is it? Is it New Hope? New Hope? Empire Strikes Back? It's when they first destroy the Death Star run. Yeah, like I just got it. And the crazy part, so like, because I'm such a big dude, I wear size 8 in hats, and this is a fitted hat, so I don't really wear a lot of snapbacks. I prefer fitted. And I'm like, oh my gosh! So I saw this, and I like had to buy it. There's like, it says Star Wars in the back here, but then this is all just like the fight scene, that Death Star run, and then underneath here under the bill is the instrument panel when Luke pulls it out, and you can kind of see the instrument that he's going to shoot the missiles into the Death Star. So it's like, that's really cool. And then I got a limited edition Darth Vader one too, which has like this like faux leather on the brim. I'll wear it another time. And then it has like Darth Vader, like a minimal. It's a minimalistic style, so it's Darth Vader minimal, and it's a white hat with the symbol here, and then on the back it says Darth Vader, which is pretty cool. I'll share that sometime. But yes, so I have a lot to do on this front with Adia. Senzai. Here's the Senzai, our kangaroo people. I don't think I needed to update their lore. I think there's some quotes I need to put in here, but I think that's it. Let's look at... I updated the coursers. If y'all haven't been to the website in a while, for those of you who are interested in Adia, or, you know, you're watching live, or you're watching the VOD, or you're watching on YouTube, or you're watching on Facebook, because I don't know, we're streaming everywhere right now. This page has been dramatically updated. There's a lot of updates on the coursers. New quotes in here. Well, that one's not new. That one's from Corlantor. But this one's new, from Hishir Rallabog. So that's in there. Fern Skin. The forms have changed. I think I said this in the last stream too. But the Protean and Amaran, the two forms that coursers take. So, and that's not like to say in the future they won't have other forms, but that's just how they work right now. Protean and Amaran. I don't think I updated too much else though. There's some orc updates I need to make in here. Our orcs are very different too from your typical orc. In Adia, like, we have a joke. We have a running joke in Adia where, from one of the campaigns, or I think it was a one-shot, I don't remember, but it was more or less, we're all at a door, and it's locked, and we wanted to go through it. So someone didn't have a spell to cast and just, like, blow it open, so we had to kind of, like, kick it down or knock it down. So everyone's like, you know, they're looking to me, and they're like, kick down the door, and I was like, I can't, I'm an orc. They're like, what? Oh, right. Because orcs in Adia are very human-esque in, like, how we know humans, so we're kind of breaking the stereotype on what orcs are. And they're very different. They're very different than what you would know a typical orc to be. Um, and then, of course, the funnier part is like the person who did have to break down the door was a Firecrest elf, because the elves in Adia are like Vikings and they're massive, and at times can be rather brutish, but so like you look to the elves and you're like, hey, can you help me break this door down? They're like, yeah. So our elves are very different in India. um, I actually have to detail, because yeah, so like orcs, they stand, I think they stand around like 5 foot, 6 foot average, like a normal human. Elves, Firecrest elves specifically, stand between 7 to 9 feet in height, and they're built like a truck. So yeah, it does need to be remixed for sure. Yep, and that's kind of why we're like putting a whole new spin on it. Um, so, but yeah, so our friend had, as the Firecrest elf, had to like kick the door down and get in there. So, um, Paradisian. I don't think I need to change this. There's Wild Roost. That's cool. Forgot about that piece. Okay. I think I need to update some quotes in here too, now that I look at it. There's only a couple that I need to put in here. Born into magic. Tuskar? Let's see. There's some Tuskar quotes I think we need to put in. I actually need to move this one out. I don't know, we might just keep it there. There's some new Tuskar art that I need to put in here. And we're getting some even more new Tuskar art done too. Tuskar are definitely one of my favorites. Elephant people all the way. They're very different too than something like the Loxodon from Ravnica. Because Loxodon from Ravnica, they're very like... What's the word I'm looking for? Medieval? Is that the word I'm looking for? I don't know. And then they even have like 4 fingers and 2 thumbs, right? So they're very like... I don't know. I mean, they're both sapient, but like Tuskar and the Loxodon are both sapient, but there's like they just have major differences, like which are minor. I don't know how to explain that, but anyway, as you can see, at Tuskar they have like 2 fingers and a thumb per hand, so they're kind of like Ninja Turtles, or like trolls from Warcraft, I guess, in that way. But they're massive. They're huge, huge creatures. Huge beings, but very gentle. Yet also very not gentle if you make them mad. So yeah. Systems, oh yeah, let's look at classes. I don't think I need to update any of these. Paladin. Ugh. Mage. Monk. Our monks are very different too, because they still have like the martial arts within them, and they still kind of have that faith feel to them, but they were created by the humans faction. So actually that's another thing. Humans don't exist in Adia, because there's Amaran and Protean forms of a Courser. So when we say the humans, it's actually a faction, because the word human in Adia, in their language of Gatra, it means defect. So the humans faction, they kind of wear it with pride, because of the tyranny of the Mad King. So, because the Mad King, he's, well, not the nicest person, and of course there has to be conflict, so it's important to rise up against the guy. So they're like, alright, you know what, we're humans, and we're going to kind of stick it to you in that way, and we're good with that. So humans, like, it's interesting because it makes you think differently about the word human and how anyone can become human in this world. So, like, a Tuskar can join the humans. A Senzai can join the humans. A vampire can join the humans, right? And so it's stuff like that, right? And then they wear it with pride to kind of show that it's okay to be that way. Yeah. Anyway, alright, Shaman. Let's take a look at the Shaman here. I think this is good. Ruboss, we got Kojui. And Rukons. I don't think I'd talk about the Rukons in this one, because this is specifically Shaman based, and not just Senzai lore. So, but we picture a Senzai for the folks who would like to see that. Beastmaster, Firecrest Elf, Hydra. I'm waiting for, like, no one's called this out yet, and I just realized this. No one has said a thing about this, and I don't understand why, but I think it's great. It's a little fun Easter egg. This Hydra is not any of the current Hydra in the bestiary. So, I'm waiting for people to be like, what is that? Wait a minute, how come I can't have that Hydra? We will release it later, but no one said that, which is great. Priest. So the Fire Eternal Priests. Alright. Oh yeah, Silver Shards, yep. Necromancy. So actually, now, like Naltulth, like I said, I really love undead. So Necromancers and Adia, they're very different as well. So while Naltulth has their undead in how they do it, like there's Darkspire, and then there is the Blight Shadow, right? In Adia, it is, think of it like in that Diablo-esque feel, like aesthetic game type of like demons versus angels. In this case, though, it's Abyssals versus Eternals. And there are Abyssal Undead and there are Eternal Undead. And then there are Abyssal Necromancers and Eternal Necromancers. Right now, we're releasing Necromancer as like a flat base across the board. So if you do use the Paths system, our unique system that we made, you'll have a lot more synergy, like because that system was built specifically for Adia. And you'll have the Spirit Magic system, so that comes into play. Where in 5th edition, you'll kind of lose some of that, unfortunately, but I mean, I don't have to get into that one. You kind of already know. But with the path system, you'll gain that here, which is really cool. Marine says, LOL for real. I thought that was just an early concept for a Lake Hydra. Now that I think about it, that is probably a Mountain Hydra. Maybe. Could be. Maybe not, though. That's the best part. But yeah, so Necromancy. Necromancy is very different. It's like, this is also death magic. So, you know what? I should probably just include a Kenta on here at some point of him summoning his death magic skeletons, because like Eternal Undead, when they're kind of like death priests is the best way to explain them. So Eternal Necromancers, because when they summon someone back, they're undead, but they have free will. And they're more like spectral, so kind of like ghost-like. Where Abyssal Undead, which is more demonic in this world, they summon back their undead, but they're more like zombies, like decaying flesh and bone, but they don't have free will. And they're zombie-like. They're just a husk now. Like, there's no person in there, no soul, none of that. They just, it's under that minion's under their control. So it's a very different, like, take between the two, because, like, you can play as an eternal undead, and because you have free will, you're a person, right? Wherein, as an abyssal, which is why you fight them, and in the future you'll be able to play as one if you really want to, but those are two different takes. So, yeah. The Necromancers have such a huge impact on Adia as a world. The Ranger, that one's fun. Some fun stuff in the Warrior. I think the Warrior's good, too. Yeah. There we go. Wait, let's go back to the Ranger. I think the Ranger's good. Council. Okay, yeah, that's good too. Okay. I think we're alright. I think we're good. Detailed the systems. I just have to bite the bullet and get a new theme. I like this theme a lot. It's just because all the colors work. Like the colors work great. It's just the mobile aspect is not working. Tomade. So if you haven't seen the bestiary, I started putting it in here. Which this will all be in the Paths book. Well, I think actually we're calling it the Player's Manual now. There's 3 books that we're going to be releasing for the Path system. So, yeah, you'll see it in there. And then 5th edition will just have 1 book because we can't really include the Spirit Magic system. We'll have Spirit Magic and lore, but like the system itself won't be there. So that pulls out like a crap ton of spells. Like the spells book wouldn't even need to exist in that case in 5th edition, etc., etc. So, but this is the start of the bestiary. So we have the Tomade, Direwolf, Great Griffin, the Ghost, the Gov Noth, which is actually a beast, by the way. This is not abyssal. Even though you can find it in the Void, this is a beast. It's a creature. River Hydra. This is what Marine was just talking about. River Hydra. So, yeah, it's a very different Hydra than this one. The other one that we showed. Lake Hydra. Jungle Hydra, still one of my favorites. I think Ray killed it when she designed this. Ray's my wife. She's the co-founder. Man, it's such a awesome Hydra. And on the cover, too, it's so cool. And then the Yulong. And then this bestiary will get expanded later because we have creatures and curiosities. So let's go back and look at that cover real quick. That's the Jungle Hydra. You can see them battling here. So you have the Tuskar Warrior, which yes, you can triple wield as a Tuskar. You can put a weapon in your trunk, which is really cool. I don't know how we're gonna do that for 5th edition. Actually, I think it might be done already, but. And you have a Firecrest elf here. She's wielding. She's like a. I don't know what she is. Some kind of like warrior, ranger, paladin thing going on. I don't know. And then you have your Senzai here looking at the map. Are we lost? So, and actually, that's the other unique thing about the path system. Like, if you choose to get the path system, because I would actually say it does synergy with classes better than Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I'm going to go there. Because, like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, which is modular, the path system is also modular. And you can actually combine all classes in some shape or form together. So you can actually create, and maybe Marine can talk to this better in the chat, but think of it like this. You start off with your paths, so they're tiers. We don't have levels in the path system. So you have tiers 1 through 5, and then you have your root path. So your root path is what you start. And you then get to unlock your root path, which then you can go into tier 1 when you level up, or tier up. But you don't have to. You can actually unlock another path from another class. So, for example, if you start off as an assassin, or no, let's go the other way. Let's say you start off as a mage, right? So as a mage, you have a root path. You tier up to 1 and 2, and you go into, I think it's like the experimental mage, because we can actually let you make your own spells and other things like that too. So you can make your own spells and mod them, or I think they're modifiers of spells, something like that. And then there's like the alchemical one, or it's like Pathfinder 2nd Edition alchemical, but it's potion creation as a mage because of alchemy, spirit alchemy. That's what it is. Because spirit magic goes into the anyway, it goes back to the system of it. But then you can go into an assassin, right? And then and then be like this mage assassin, And then just because you want to shapeshift, maybe, you go into the shaman. And you decide to go into the shape-shifting path of shaman. So you can be a mage assassin shaman. Which is really cool. I think. And it doesn't end there. Like, you can keep on going, you can keep on tiering up as you play through your campaigns and get to tier 5, which is like really powerful stuff. Or you can just build as how you want. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty easy to synergize with the other classes and paths out there. So, like, it's real multi-classing. Let's put it that way. It's real, like, you're not just like applying a background or an archetype. You're not only taking the feats of how like Pathfinder 2nd Edition would, because that's pretty much what our paths are essentially. They're close to feats, but you're doing it at a base level, and not just at a let me apply my archetype to this class level. So that's actually pretty cool. So like if you want to be a necromancer shaman paladin, you could totally be a necromancer shaman paladin. You could do that. And it's all synergized. And we've been playtesting it for 7 years. So there's that. And then we've had over like 1,000 playtesters, so plus more. We've had so many playtesting it. Which is pretty great. Like, we've really enjoyed. That's what all these character sheets here, and then there's like some card action economy too. I don't know. I'm pretty spoiled with the path system just because it has everything in there that we've ever wanted. Just as gamers, you have the modularity, and then you have like how you use spells. That was another big thing. Like the Elder Scrolls was such a inspiration. Like you can keep one spell casting in the other hand, and then use the other to do instant casts, or wield your sword. You can do that in here with your cards, like, channel one while you're instant doing another one, taking an action, right? So where Pathfinder 2nd Edition has that 3-action economy, this allows you to quickly do round play, which is really cool. It's just, it keeps it moving very fast. And then equipment matters. That's the other thing too. So we're like, see, I fell in love with Pathfinder 2nd Edition because I looked at the equipment section and I was like, oh my gosh, they actually look at like crafting things in this way, and this equipment can matter if you want it to. Where, and then you had like some harvesting, like Roll for Combat brought some of that in, which was cool with their Battle Zoo. But for us, we had already included that in the path system. So like, harvesting creatures is just a natural thing in Adia. And then crafting from that is also a thing. But the thing is, the equipment actually matters. The equipment affects your stats. So it can scale. So whatever you're crafting actually matters. Or whatever you're finding, whatever, if a GM's like, hey, you found this magic item, it matters to your character. So it's not just a side lore piece. Mechanically, they matter. Oh, Marine wrote a bunch of stuff. Marine says, yeah, it's a level agnostic, class agnostic progression system where the more experience you use, the more customized your player gets. You have insane amounts of customization that lets you do all sorts of crazy stuff. I have made loads of characters based off of different characters from all over fiction. Yeah, from Zoro from One Piece to Artorias from Dark Souls to Naruto from Naruto. I know that wasn't that many things to list, but it takes a long time to make the list, so I'll stop there. But there is a ton of stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's so much cool stuff that you can do with it. So that's kind of why I wanted the equipment to matter, because I was watching I had this thought where I was watching Attack on Titan, which, by the way, I've fallen in love with that. That's like, I'm just now waiting for the last season to come out, the final part 2. So I've seen everything in there, and I'm not going to give away any spoilers for anyone watching, but like the one thing they do have that I can talk about, and it's common, and you kind of see it in like the very first episodes, is their equipment. Their like fly around belt stuff. I forgot what they call it. but they have their swords, right? And they can shoot like hooks into walls and kind of swing around like Spider-Man. And I got to thinking about it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that would actually work on the path system. As is today, that would work if we were to do like Attack on Titan and bring that into an RPG. Which would be sick, by the way. That would be really, really amazing. But I don't think I'd be able to get that licensing, to be honest with you. But it could work. It could work really well. So, I don't know. But that's because the equipment actually matters. It matters what you're doing with it. So, yeah. Anyway, that was my nerd moment for tonight. Let's see here. Is everything still operating according to plan in the chats in Twitch? I gotta update Twitch. Holy cow, this is so outdated. All right, let's go back here. But yeah, I don't know. That's me just having like a that'd be a dream personally. I don't know. Maybe I could find out how to get Attack on Titan licensing. Because if I was to ever do it, that would be one of the only ones I think I would ever do. I'm pretty picky about licensing because I am not. How do I say this? I like certain worlds for sure, and like, you know, like I don't know. I guess I'll give you an example. Like, I love Warcraft. I'm a big fan of Warcraft. I'm a big fan of Diablo as well. And while I love them, I would prefer the studios and the publisher who made them. Which, I mean, to be fair, Blizzard Activision, they're not who they used to, or Activision Blizzard, they're not who they used to be anymore. And all the Blizzard North people, even when I did third-party contracting for them a long time ago, there's no one left on that team really that was the heart of those worlds and games. But I would have liked, if they did create anything, I would hope that they would not license it out to some like random studio. I would rather them make it for a tabletop, right? And I don't know if that's me being like maybe some kind of weird purist, but I just feel that if the people who created the world, they need to have the vision in that way. Which maybe is like why if I was to ever do Galarian stuff, like I appreciate them doing Infinite for Pathfinder, like in Paizo, right? Or Paizo doing Infinite for Galarian for Pathfinder. Sorry, I got all those words mixed up, but I don't know. Like I enjoy that third party, but it's also kind of weird for me to just go on ahead and go into Galarian and just start like smashing things up and like releasing to it because I don't know the core of their world building vision. I mean, sure, it's fun to add on, but as someone who is like deep into this stuff, I guess I don't feel, maybe I should say it that way, I don't feel qualified to do that for Galarian. So, which is why like I considered Naltulth as like unofficial Galarian, because like I don't see that as something I should tackle in that way. Unless I joined their team, and then maybe I could become qualified and then do that. And maybe that's like imposter syndrome talking, I don't know. But that's how I feel. So I think the only thing I would ever do licensing for is probably something like Attack on Titan. I actually feel qualified to do stuff for Attack on Titan. I don't know why I feel that way, I just do. Which is really weird saying that after what I just stated, but it's true. I do feel that way. I feel like I could probably do Warcraft and Diablo, but that's only because I actually have done third-party stuff in the past for stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't know. But, like, I don't know. Like, even some of the other, like, things that I enjoy so much, I just don't feel qualified for that. I feel like the vision should come from the visionary. So, or from the people on that team, right? Like, they read it, the blood, sweat, and tears, all that. So, or you join the team. Maybe you learn more about it, right? I don't know. Also, I don't know if y'all caught this, but these little sketches in the back are super cool. These are a part of Frey. These line artworks. This is the Uakun here. That's actually what the Smunchy Games mask is based on. It's based on our Uakun. So you'll see more about them in the future too, very near future. Obscura says that's fair. A lot of people are avoiding PI for similar reasons. PI or PL? I don't know if it's my glasses messing with me. I think that's PI. But yeah, like that's just why, like with, I don't know, like I saw Avatar: The Last Airbender, like that RPG from Magpie Games, and let me say this: I think they'll do great with it, but I don't know if it'll feel the same. Granted, I'm also not a huge Avatar fan, so there's that too, I guess. So it's not something I would really play. But like, that's just an example, right? There's tons of other licensing out there, right? Like Cubicle 7 does Games Workshop. I feel like I could probably do Games Workshop too. Like Warhammer, man, I played that forever. And I was like reading the lore books when I was like, gosh, 8 or 9 years old, which is now multiple decades ago, which is weird. It's weird to even say that. It's uncomfortable. Marine says we should talk to John Souls about making a Dark Souls TTRPG. That'd be cool. Unfortunately, they've had like 20 people already, 20 different studios talk to them about that. I did talk to the Immortal Shell guys a while ago. Just like on just a small email basis. Who knows? Maybe they've forgotten by now, but that could be a thing. I don't know. Pathfinder Infinite. Yes, that actually makes sense. Sorry. I'm not always good with acronyms, and I don't know why, but there it is. So, yeah, a lot of people are avoiding Pathfinder Infinite for similar reasons. Yes, that totally makes sense. That's kind of why I am too. I had someone ask the other day if we're going to bring Naltwulf to Pathfinder Infinite, and we technically can't, because it's not within the rules for us to do that. Because it's more Galarian specific, and I guess we could. Like, we could introduce some Naltwulf things there, but then it's weird because it also gets into IP law, right? Like, Naltwulf is not Galarian. They're different things. Sort of. It's unofficial, right? But it's like, it's also not Galarian in IP, copyright. So that would make it really complicated. And then it means also others can use that too, which is that's really hard, because then all of a sudden it's fragmented, right? And then people who enjoy Naltwulf, that would just make it sad. I don't know if I would. That'd be hard to do. But maybe someday we'll do some things for Galarian in Pathfinder Infinite. I think I'm just waiting. Like, I saw what Owen Casey Stevens Shadowfinder, he's putting that out, which I thought was really neat. And I kind of expected like Owen to do those things, which, I mean, he's Owen, right? Like, he's awesome. And I expected something like that to be put out. But like, outside of that, because I was like, oh, maybe I could do something like that, but like Galarian specific, I don't know. Obscura says, yeah, I have 2 adventures up on there, and the rules for it make sense, but are awkward. I understand. I empathize. I don't know. It's weird too, because like I've had a lot. So we've had a lot of people ask about Infinite from us, and then I've actually had a lot of people ask about the DMs Guild as well for us. And while I had started something for the DMs Guild, and I decided to take a class, just to learn something new. I mean, you're always learning, and it's by the Tabletop Collective, I think, and they were running like a small workshop, and unfortunately I was not able to finish it, and the deadline was like last week. But we were running the Kickstarter, and so many other things happened, so I'm like, well, at least I was able to support them financially, which is cool. and if I can get something to them, I will, but I'm not going to bet my bottom dollar on it. But what I did create, I actually was world building something for it, and it turned out pretty freaking cool. I haven't shared it with anyone except for them. But I don't know if I'm going to put it on the DM's Guild or not, because I don't know. Like, if I do finish it, it would go on the DM's Guild, because it would go through them, through their, like, anthology thing that it gets published out. But knowing me, this is the other problem. I like being able to expand upon the world and the vision for it, but I also like handing it to my team and being like, hey, make something awesome for this, right? So, so, and we in the DM's Guild they have a lot of rules, just like Infinite. So I'm like, man, I don't know yet. Don't know how I want to do that. But yeah, I was just world building it for fun. We'll see if it becomes anything. I know that my wife was super interested in it. And she's not normally. It's weird because like that style. I went very classic with it. Like not so classic to where it was like detrimental to people, if you know what I mean. But classic as in it has a very classic feel to it. And I just don't normally write classic stuff like that, which is interesting because like I actually enjoy a lot of Tolkien's work, and C.S. Lewis. Like that's what got me into fantasy in the first place. But when I write, and my style and my aesthetic, it's like, I guess maybe you can consider it, I don't know. It's not that classic feel, right? Or like classic D&D, right? What is it? AD&D, and then like 1 and then edition 2, second edition. It felt very classic in that way, where when I was writing it, I was like, huh, this is like something you would find in like a Disney movie, like Brave, right? Merida being the princess that she is, and like, BA, but then you have her father, right, and like who's trying to like figure out the clans, but it's like all the castles, and it's a very classic feel in that way. I don't know. It's not the best example, but it has that feel to it. It's so essentially, and I'll kind of like outline the story here. You know what, maybe I'll just pull it up. I'll just read it to you while we're here. What time is it? 12:19 a.m. I can continue for another 30-40 minutes. Let me see. Where did I put it? It's funny how things always go back to world building for me. Yeah, so this was my wife submission. Wife meaning write your first something. I forgot what the E stands for. This goes back to me not being very good with acronyms at times. So, write your first encounter. There you go. Boom. So like I was going through like, just kind of going through their courses, and I was like, oh, okay. Start with the location. Like, because I don't world build like this, by the way. This was very foreign to me. I really, really didn't like this. Because I world build in a very specific way. And because I'm a business person, and I'm a marketer, I know what is going to sell, and I know how we should like do some of these world building practices. And of course everyone's different, but in my case this felt very weird, and I was like, alright, so start with a location, a ruined keep in the Marltham Forest, Snowy Forest. Goal, retrieve the Word of Rhyme, which is a magical sword. This is very classic already. The Word of Rhyme has been frozen in time, which I did not mean to rhyme that. Stuck into the ancient King Arthur's throne, where it is watched by a were-squirrel, cursed to forever protect the blade. And it was funny because when I first read this to my wife, to Ray, she's like, a were-squirrel, huh? So like at first she was picturing this cute, tiny little thing, and I was like, no. A were-squirrel, like this thing is massive, and it's like hiding in the rafters of like this ruined like keep. She's like, that's scary. And I was like, yeah. So were-squirrel. And then we were talking about like, they gave you the second activity, And it makes sense why they did this from like a teaching perspective. So this is not me saying that they shouldn't have done this by any means, by the way. This was just very foreign in how this was done to me, or done not to me, but you know what I mean. Like, I wouldn't do it this way. So combat encounter, and then the social encounter, then the exploration encounter, and kind of talking about, like, this was probably like one of my favorite ones was the exploration when I wrote this. The players uncover a tapestry on the floor. It is a map of the throne room, except there seems to be no throne in sight. As they remove debris looking for the word of rhyme, they wake up the were-squirrel that was slumbering in its dark gray above them. Location, a ruined keep in the Marltham Forest, a snowy forest. And then goal, retrieve the word of rhyme, a magical sword. Obstacle, the word of rhyme has been frozen in time, etc., etc. But then I'm like, you know what? I'm having inspiration, so let's go world build things. So I started off with the legend, and I don't normally start off with legends, so that was another new thing for me. But this felt right to me. And we've been doing a lot of stuff for Naltulth, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm going to try something new, but I'm going to do it my way. And Wayland, who is the new writer we brought on for Naltulth, he likes to do a lot of legends, but also we have another individual, his name's Roll for Initiative, or Glenn. He'll never miss these streams, but it's really late, so it's probably why he missed it. He always starts in legends as well, but both of them, they like to do legend things, and I was like, you know what, I'll give it a try. So I started off in a legend, and I was like, all right, the Legends of the Marltham Forest, what would that be? So I started just brainstorming, and I started doing like my sticky notes and like this mural board, not this one, but another one. And I was like, okay, let me dig deep. The Marltham Forest is a cursed forest. It is said that anyone who spends more than 7 days within the forest will find themselves losing control of themselves by turning into a werebeast, which I need to word that better. But they turn into a werebeast if they spend more than 7 days. Although this legend is not exactly true, it is not the full story. If the child of Marltham were to find you, your doom would be spelled in the snow. I was like, oh, that's good. So kept on going through, and I was like, okay, now I really have to write this legend, the story that would be like told to kids, right? Or to the guardsmen that are first, like the recruits are coming in for the first time, those initiates, to another kingdom elsewhere, right? Like keeping the peace, or to people sitting in a dining hall or into like a pub and they're like drinking ale, whatever the case may be, right? So I just kind of got into like that mindset. So I wrote this. It's called A Negotiation of Curse and Blade. So this is the real legend. Hang on, let me get a drink before I read this. Negotiation of Curse and Blade. It is said that the rival kingdoms of Erefanor and Bayandul had the most prestigious and ruthless of kings. Both sought out one another on the battlefield, endlessly waging wars, sacrificing many lives of their soldiers and people, only for small amounts of territory gained. One day, the child of 2 knights was sick of the war, after losing both their mother and father. The child had gathered their belongings and sought out the warlock Marltham, hoping to place a curse on the 2 kings, that peace would then finally be brought to both the kingdoms. This hasn't been edited, by the way. No more war sounded incredible, and the least that could be done, so no more children were orphaned. Marltham felt that this was a reasonable request, and asked for their servitude in return. Not to Marltham, but to protect the forest instead. The child agreed to the deal, shaking on it through blood. After many letters sent between Marltham and the 2 suspicious kings, Marltham had an audience with both kings, and managed to get them into the same room of an Erafanor keep known as New Hope by the common folk. The army of Beendul marched behind their respectful king through the snow and forest. Although the mess they left behind did not please Marltham, he let it be in order to continue to fulfill his promise to the child. King Arthur and King Anthem shared words over a meal, and although Marltham tried to keep the discussion civil, they spun out of control into a rage of violent strikes. Soon both armies were once again fighting within King Arthur's throne room. King Anthem retrieved King Arthur's blade and pierced his heart, thrusting it into both flesh and throne. Marltham knew that this was not acceptable and took matters into his own hands, cursing King Arthur's sword, named Word of Rhyme, and the wielder, King Anthem, who killed him with it. Both kingdoms' soldiers were infuriated with Marltham, and Marltham knew what must be done. Marltham cursed the keep and surrounding forest, that all who may remain within it will remain forever as a werebeast of the woods. Marltham returned to the child, stating that he had kept his promise, but at a great cost. However, the war between the two kingdoms shall be no more. This pleased the child, and the child, honoring his part of the bargain, still roams the Marltham forest today, removing anyone who chooses to learn the truth of what happened that day, knowing that only war could come from it again. So, then I started crafting two creatures. I was like, alright, we got a werebeast squirrel, and we got the Child of Marltham. And the Child of Marltham I imagined as like this crazy looking like werewolf thing. And that's the fun part, like at night, he's the werewolf thing, but like during the day you see like this young boy just wandering around the forest, and you just see kind of like illusions every now and again. You're like, okay, don't like that. But it has that, you can see how it has that classic feel, right? So, I had a lot of fun with it, writing that. Who knows, maybe I'll take it deeper, we'll find out. But, I don't know, I've been kind of just secretly working on that in my free time just for fun. So, I can dig it, yeah. Awesome, I appreciate that, yeah. It turned out pretty cool, and it's definitely got that like, I don't know, classic werebeast forms, and you know, the curse, the legend, the warlock, the kid or the child, the kings, and them fighting, the castles, all that. So I don't know. But that's typically what ends up happening, which is why I don't know, it's weird. Maybe, I don't know if I'm the only one who struggles with this, but maybe others do too. Whenever I start trying to write something, anything that is not what already exists, it ends up turning into a world on its own. Or it weaves into one of my existing ones. And, like, lately, it's probably why I just haven't been world building, because one, either I'm world building in one of the worlds that already exist, that I have, and that we're releasing, and I don't try anything new outside of that because I'm afraid to spin up a whole new world, and we don't have time for that. So, yeah, it's it's not good. Or I guess it can be good, but it's just not conducive to finishing projects, we'll put it that way. So, yeah, that's the only downside to it. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, maybe I'll throw it into Naltwolf or something, or Adia. Because Yadin's Mare is we still have a lot on there that we need to start writing down. And that's not just like in a physical notebook. These ads turned out great, by the way. PAO's work is really good here. And then Anton's environments in the background are so great. And this is Zika, Micah's character here. Bon. They created him. Love the tattoos. Great character. I'll be releasing a lot more of this as we go too. Now I'm just kind of planning my marketing stuff and thinking about that. Alright, so let's go back to this, because I've been all over the board tonight. Okay, so all of that's been added. Jargon's Locker, Nominal City, Gloomauger, and Blight Shadow Territory. Did I actually add Beasts and Bubbles to everything that needed it? No. Alright. And I need to edit it too. There's that. Torovir just did that. Darkspire Territory. War Scribe Territory. There we go. Okay. So yeah, Gloomauger is going to be the next thing we pull over. Where's Naltulth? There it is, Candlehurst. This is changing. So April is our drop dead deadline. We'll put this on the 9th. This is... Oh, that's not... Don't check that. That's not good. There we go. Okay. Do we have... No, this is all still team planning, though. This is all path stuff. A lot of this is paths and parcelings. So, technically... Yeah, I'm not going to move that over yet. Because, so the way we do things... So, this is something else to learn if you are interested in publishing or becoming third-party. In any shape or form, like maybe third-party for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, maybe Blades in the Dark, what have you. Whatever is your thing. Or you make your own systems. We like to use this kind of like the simple Kanban board. Like Trello has this set up. But it's not a traditional concept. And one of our staff members long ago, he helped us kind of craft this, and I kept it because the process was great, and we worked on it together. And I've added some things since then, of course, and changed it. But so we always we throw everything in the product backlog, and no matter what it is, no matter what the product idea is, because we're ideating on the product. And I think that's super important. So even if you're like, I would like to do this someday, but I won't get to it until whenever someday is, which is like 20 years down the road, just put it in your product backlog. Because you will come back to this. And as long as you regularly check this, you will look and go, oh yeah, I remember that. And maybe the thought has changed, maybe the idea has changed. Because sometimes that happens too, right? Like right now, we are doing Naltulth Candlehurst, and Candlehurst has been updated and has changed. There has been some lore added to it, or removed. There's been things removed from it. Just like Adia, Path's World of Adia, same thing. Parcelings is in the same boat, right? Mechanic-wise too, that's another thing. Game design, depends on what you're doing, right? But as long as it's in the backlog, you'll have it. You can move it and change it how you need to. So kind of like almost like a history of thoughts. And then product planning, the reason why we have this is because these are things that we are confident to pull forward if we need to into Phase 1 team planning. So product planning is where most of my time is actually spent outside of... Well, I lied. My time is spent a lot in everywhere. But product planning as a whole, this is where I go, okay, is it feasible? So I'm doing a lot of like business and marketing validation here for the product. Not marketing, but yeah, business and product validation for this. And in some cases, overall user research too. So I perform a lot of those things. So I know that like a lot of the parcelings things that we have set up, they will work very well, right? For Kickstarters or for quick releases, whatever we need to do. And then Path's World of Adia, is we've been working on it forever, but we also know that people want it. We even have miniatures, right? So like I actually have a mini sitting in front of me right now from Medea, and this is a Tuskar warrior bust, right? And if someone wanted this, they could purchase it. We're partnered with a bunch of different mini people, but one in particular, they do all of our 3D printing, Noble Dwarf. So this would be a thing. That's just the bust. There's a bunch of minis behind me too that we do, and then more in the future. So we have this Ambush, and what Ambush is like we're calling it a maps and miniatures line, and we're going to release battle maps for the certain section. So in this case, Ambush, which is Ukrka. It's the Uakun home temple and city where they live. Temple City is really what it is. It's massive too. It's like thousands of miles long. But Ambush, so it'd be like one section of it, one quarter, and then we would release some miniatures with it. So it would come with like the Smunchy, it would come with some Pygmy Uakun, it would come with some hulking Uakun, it would come with middling Uakun, and they would come from like certain, of the different tribes there that we've created for them. But then we would also have like, and I guess it kind of speaks to the hobbyist painters as well, and the creation people and the mini gamers, because that's in itself a whole different section of people, and they have their own likes and dislikes and all that. So when we show them the different tribes, there's certain tribes that have gone mad due to the red spirit magic. Then there's some that have not yet, like the Galarun or the Santekua, and both of them have their own like color scheme, but some of the Hulking Uakins can look the same. So kind of has that like Games Workshop feel where you can go in and like Space Marine chapters, right? You can make your own chapter, and there's special things about certain ones, etc., etc. So that's kind of what we're doing here, but it's combined with the RPG. So that's what we're doing with the maps and miniatures line. So Ambush, I can pull forward at any time. I can be like, let's start planning this now with the team. I can pull in like Zika. They're one of my head writers, right? So especially when it comes to Idea, work with them on the lore, and then world building that with my wife. So we have that all figured out, and then like Marine here would come in and add stats to it, and then Jake would review it because Jake's the lead designer of the Path system, which then we transfer to 5th edition later, right? So we just go through that entire process, and that's team planning here. And then once we kind of got that team plan together, and like everyone's feeling comfortable, we're going forward with it, and things are good, then we'll pull it into actually start working on it. Because planning, while it's still working, it's not the actual development cycle, it's not the lore writing cycle, it's none of that. So then of course, some like first rough drafts of editing, but nothing major. Then we go into play testing. And then once we've play tested the crap out of it, then we pull it into phase 4. The good news is because we've done all of that up front, it's actually going to be pretty easy. But I would say phase 1 and 4 are the hardest to do. Because it's the 80-20 rule, right? Where your team planning is 80% of the work that you're going to do. 20%, team planning and production is like 80%. Then you have start with your work development. That's like 20% because you already know what you're doing, right? And the writing of it. And then phase 4, the production, man, that takes so much time, which is why there's so much in here too. Because it takes layout and artwork and graphics and manufacturing and like fulfillment logistics and like just so much stuff that goes into phase 4 for us. So that's kind of why like all of this is in team planning, because right now I have apparently some things I have to do that I forgot about. And then Jake has this, and this, and then as you can see there's multiple people here. You can see Marines on some of this, and then all of this stuff we got to do. So we're all planning this right now. But here we may pull, what may happen too, depending on whether we need to pull something back or not, this Ambush could come forward. And then now all of a sudden that becomes a top priority and we need to get it out. So it also kind of depends on how fast we can do something or not, right? Which maybe that goes back to our discussion earlier about Paizo putting out a lot of books. I don't know. Like, we want to be quick, but we don't want to be fatigue. Oh, Obscura says, yeah, I've used Trello before. The project didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. I understand. Yeah, Trello it's fun. It's a good tool. I mean, it's simple. It's free. Like I could totally use other project management tools. I've used so many in the past. I just prefer Trello because it is free and it makes it easy for the rest of the team to get on. So, um, but yeah, Mural. This is not free. This is like $300 a year, if not more, to use this tool. So I just pull people in as guests. I mean, I could pay for the enterprise version, I guess, if I wanted to, but that's money that's not going into my team's pocket. So I don't want to do that. So I just give them the guest link and I make them a room. Like here, you can see Aaron's sandbox, and I'm like, go have fun in this room. Then Obscura says, it's something I'll be looking into when I start getting into it more. That makes sense, yeah. It's a lot and it's very daunting. Heck yeah, it's a lot, and heck yeah, it's daunting. See, the other thing too, though, and I guess for me, in this case, and the reason why we even have all of this set up and can do all of this is because I run other businesses. This isn't my only business. So I've been doing this for a long time. And I really, really know my stuff. Even to the, like, there's been multiple startups that I've been a part of, have done either exit strategies, sold them, bought others, acquired other companies. Like I actually acquired, even just with Smunchy Games, which I didn't expect to do recently, but we acquired Inkblood, which is a dark fiction publishing, like a book publishing company, and they're going to become an imprint on one of our other things that we do. So like I've been a part of acquisitions, like all that stuff. So I know my crap pretty well. I can definitely run with like the executives over at anywhere for that matter. Some of my mentors are probably, how do I want to say this without getting into trouble on Twitch? I know a lot of people, put it that way. So yeah, this is not new to me. However, I can definitely tell you, I think the part that was daunting, so I should share that, because all industries are different. They're not the same. Now, at a foundational level, they're the same, but at like an advanced level, they're not the same. And I think the hardest part about tabletop, especially RPGs, but tabletop in general, board games, RPGs, miniature war games, skirmish games, like all that, anything that you can play on a table or on a virtual tabletop. The industry is so small, and that is actually what makes it really hard to do anything. Because the barrier to entry, and Marine's heard me say this a million times, so Marine, feel free to feel free to stay or like mute me or whatever, but like I've been talking about this for so long now, just because I have all the research, I have all the data on it finally, and it's been my biggest project because I wanted to help other people. And I still do, of course. I say wanted, but I do. I want to help other people in this industry figure that out, because we, as a tabletop, especially the RPG industry, we do not have enough business savvy people. And it shows, and it's hurting us really bad. To like an extreme hurt. And not even like at that base level, but like, oh man, it's so painful to watch. Like you'll see things on Twitter or Facebook or even like Reddit, right, where they'll go into Kickstarter and they'll be like, oh well, so and so promised to pay me. And in my case, like, yes, we have some rev share models too where I give percentages, but you better believe that they've been paid, like they're getting paid though too. So it's not like, and that's where the business savvy comes in, where a lot of people will go into rev share and they'll be like, oh well, when do we get these funds from the Kickstarter? No man, that's not how it works. No. The funds that you should be operating on are the after sales or digital sales or any of that, but never ever the Kickstarter fund sales. Never do that, because Kickstarter is all about manufacturing your game. You have to deliver to backers. And now, especially, Kickstarter is, they just changed their policies and rules. You know what? Let's look at that. I don't know if this has gotten out now, actually. I don't know if a lot of people know this. Kickstarter rule updates. Like, they just changed them. Kickstarter rule updates 2021. Multiple Kickstarters? I'm trying to find the exact page. Here we go. I think, is this it? 8 days ago. That's how recent this was updated. So, last week. You'll notice here that they've changed that creators in all categories, this means games, we're games, the games industry, we can actually run 3 unfulfilled projects back to back now. That was not something they had many years ago. In fact, you would get banned if you did that from Kickstarter. They would ban you. So you could only run 1 Kickstarter campaign until it got fulfilled. And I know this because I felt that pain. Like, we released Frey, we had run Frey as a Kickstarter, and we couldn't launch Parselings until Frey was fulfilled. They even denied Parselings at one point, and I was like, gosh dang it. So I had to go fulfill Frey. Now they're telling me I can do 3 to fulfill, or unfulfilled. And it's such a big situation to do that. But now we're running into a new issue where, so we have people who are established, like third-party 5th edition publishers. They actually make more money than Paizo, which is kind of scary to think about, but they do. And, as just an example, they can do this. Like right now, even Privateer Press, who made War Machine and Hordes, they're making Iron Kingdoms for 5th edition. They just launched one Kickstarter 6 months ago, got everything printed, sitting in a manufacturing because they have to wait on COVID. They just launched another Kickstarter 2 weeks ago. And they can do that now, legally. Because they're a business, and they're fulfilling very quickly. And not just fulfilling, they're printing, they're creating, right? They're a company. And right now, at least on the unique tabletop RPG side of things, so not like Evil Hat or Onyx Path or Paizo or Wizards or any of those folks, right? I'm talking like small indie creators or small indie third party. They're about to get into a world of hurt, because what's going to happen is if they don't have the business savvy, they're going to get caught in this trap. And this is one thing that could trap them. The second thing has been kind of just going on forever, and that's like the art rev share, right? Like, oh, I'll pay for the art afterward. It's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that, for real. Don't. That's like, I strongly advise against that. We pay for all of our artwork up front. So none of the artwork from like, none of the money from the Kickstarter goes to artwork unless it's a stretch goal. Which like the Borders would, right? That's different. So, but then you get arguments, you get fights, right? All that fun stuff, and it's not fun when I say that. So, oh, there's a bunch in chat. I'm sorry, Obscura, I missed what you said here. So Obscura says, by small, do you mean Seattle? No, I don't mean Seattle. Seattle's one hub, but tabletop goes way beyond that, way beyond Seattle. I mean, like, our industry as like a whole, like comparing. So let me show you some numbers here. Tabletop games, industry revenue. So, according to Statista, the tabletop game industry had an estimated market of approximately $7.2 billion US dollars in 2017, and is expected to increase by $4.8 billion in US dollars within the next 6 years. This, for an industry, and it's hard to fathom because billions is a really big number. This is really small potatoes. Like for one person, that's a lot of cash. But for like millions of people, that's not a lot. When you divide that up, like that's so tiny. And then we're going to look at this one. Video game industry revenue. In 2019, the digital gaming industry generated $104.4 billion in revenue. After the pandemic, revenue surged by another 23%. And now they're at 128.3 in 2020. Statistics show that the figure is expected to increase by another 17.6 billion in 2021, and by 2025, the unverified market is set to reach 207.6 billion. Now, if you notice though, this has numbers updating every other year. This is saying for tabletop, they're only going to increase by 4.8 billion after 6 years. So we're really small in the financial side, which also means that's why the salaries are so low, because the industry can't support it. We do not have enough people buying tabletop to actually compare to any other industry salary-wise. This is probably why Paizo made, what's it called? What's the name of their video game? Wrath of the Right? No, Pathfinder. Gosh dang it. I think that was a recent, what was it? Pathfinder... Yeah, Wrath of the Righteous, and then they made another one, Kingmaker, Pathfinder Kingmaker, right? So they made video game to get into this industry, because that way they can make money in general. Now, on whether what they're doing with that money, I don't know, and I'm very happy that their staff unionized. That's a different discussion, though. But in this case, when it comes down to how it's split, video game is going to trump tabletop any day of the week. Just because the industry is so tiny in tabletop. Oh, and then Obscure says you have to satisfy the investors first. Well, that's the other interesting thing. Tabletop, unlike video games, so video games, they have a lot of public companies. Tabletop does not. Tabletop actually has only a few public companies that you can actually invest in, with Wizards of the Coast being one of them because of Hasbro. But the majority are private, so there are no investors. Unless you're talking as the person who owns the company, then yes, they have to financially invest, which that's different. And then you said, yeah, I backed both of the Iron Kingdoms. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you saw that. That's cool. Yeah, exactly. So that's just kind of like some, I guess, nerdy business facts to kind of learn about and take to this. But it's kind of why with a lot of the people who are very dissatisfied with the industry right now, it's because one, you have people who don't have business savvy. They don't financially have the ability to invest. So either they would need to turn into a public company and gain investors, or of course that's why they're going to Kickstarter, right? To crowdfund. At least that's what they say in their mind, right? Because that would make sense. It's like, well, I don't have the money to pay for this. I need to go to Kickstarter. Unfortunately, Kickstarter is not what it used to be. So when someone says Kickstarter, they no longer see the small indie creator trying to fund their project. They see companies using a pre-ordering system, like Steam. Kickstarter is essentially now the Steam of tabletop games. And because of that lens, when a creator goes to Kickstarter, either one, usually they won't get funded if they're that small and haven't marketed, or two, they don't have a business plan, I should say that too, or two, they don't have that professional feel to them. And by professional, I don't mean like suit and tie, I am a stiff. No, I don't mean that. I mean professional as in high quality. Like the art is quality, the story is quality, the mechanics are quality, whatever the case may be, right? Whatever you're trying to sell. So that's kind of a a big thing going forward. Um, Obscure says you're not wrong at all. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's and these are just things that I had learned because I'm talking about like now the advanced side of things because like all these are like some foundational, but like this is some of the more advanced things where it's hard to explain this to anyone in like 140 characters on Twitter, even in like a thread chain because there's so much to talk about, and sometimes tone and inflection, right, like through text comes off bad. So I don't like doing that, and then two. Because there's so much, like it's easier to just talk like this about it, where on something like Twitter it's hard for me to help others in that way because my fingers would probably fall off. There's so much to talk about. So it's hard to relay this information. And that's actually why we see a lot of the things that are happening today. So what is happening? There's actually a third piece to this advanced part of learning this strange tabletop industry from the business side of things. Because then you got AAA players coming in now, and I don't know if you've heard of Warchief Gaming, but Warchief Gaming is owned by two of the original founders and creators of Warcraft and StarCraft, Blizzard Entertainment Games, before they started getting weird with Activision, right? Before all those things happened, all the really bad things. This is owned and created by Chris Metzen. He is the original lore writer of Warcraft and Sanctuary Diablo. So Ouroboros, Coils of the Serpent, is written by them, and they are Warchief Gaming, and they're AAA, and they are on 5th edition. They're third party. They're smashing it, like, for tabletop. Now, with them coming in, this kind of has given me a little bit of hope in the tabletop world, because I'm like, okay, this is good to see, because they are very business savvy, right? Now, yeah, I get it, they're 5th edition, but at this point, beggars can't be choosers, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. Because we're so small in that financial piece that, like, it would be almost impossible for anyone to find a salary at, like, $70,000 a year. That would be, like, impossible to find right now. I guess unless you own the company or you're in middle management of some kind. But even then, I don't even think middle managers are going to be able to, like, really make that properly. Which kind of sucks, because, like, living in Seattle, you kind of need to make that. That's another downside to this, is that Seattle is very expensive, right? I have a lot of family up there in Seattle and Portland. And I used to do a lot of work for Microsoft, Starbucks, and Amazon back in the day. And doing, like, the UX side of things. And I know how expensive it is. So when I see this, where it says 7.2 billion in 2017, and then just only by 4.8 billion in the next 6 years, like, that's actually kind of sad. That means that everyone in, like, Seattle or the Bay Area and San Francisco, or, like, here in Austin, because I live in Austin, Texas, or like New York City, right? Like, the really expensive places, or like San Jose, Cali, there's no way they're going to be able to afford to live. There's just no way. And the fact that they need to pump out these site type of things, which is kind of why, like, Wizards of the Coast went video game route, right? Because now they can, like, I would say the majority of Wizards' money is not coming from D&D 5th edition. It's not. Not from a tabletop perspective, anyway. Most of their money would be coming from the video game side. And then their toy sales with Hasbro, right? For example, their partnership with Nerf, right? Like Nerf guns recently. Nerf, Dragon Power. Yeah, here. Hasbro. So, like, they did D&D for Nerf. And this would have, like, brought in a ton of sales for them, right? So, it's stuff like this where they're getting their money. Because, like, here's their MSRP. You can see that, right? And then it's like, this is like $11, which actually, that's a pretty great deal. but it's Hasbro because Hasbro's the parent company, et cetera, right? And they're a public company, so that's where Wizards is getting their money from. They're not getting it from their tabletop at all. I can tell you that. And while it's like feeding into it, it's not changing anything. So that's why now they're looking at 5.5, which is coming out, and they're like, oh, cool, maybe we can do something with it. But that's because they're thinking of their third-party publishers. They know that if they can help their third-party publishers, that will what they call funneling. So like a sales funnel. I mean, I don't even know if you know any of this stuff. I may be blabbering at this point. I'm sorry. I kind of get into this weird mode where I love to talk about this stuff and do this stuff. So please tell me to stop if you need me to. But yeah, they're getting into funneling, so they do a lot of sales funnels or information funnels or purchasing funnels. It just depends on how they set it up. So when they do a domino effect inside of a funnel, and these are all like big jargon terms, they do all these partnerships with like Nerf and studios to do video games, because they have a new video game coming out, I think, here soon. Paizo is trying to do the same thing, right? That's why they did Kingmaker. They realized that they have to do that in order to survive. So really, it's kind of why some of these discussions are very interesting to me when it comes to like Facebook or like socials in general, right? Twitter, Reddit. It's because there's a lot not being talked about, but I think there's a lot of misinformation out there too, unfortunately. And it could just, maybe it's like an education thing, maybe it's just no one's talking about it. Like I personally enjoy learning from like doing group things. I've always been like a group person. I enjoy reading too. I get a lot from that, but you know, like I get it, you know, if someone's like, oh, I never heard of that, or they hear it from their friends, right? Like word of mouth, grassroots. So it kind of makes sense. Obscura says, yeah, absolutely, all good, I'm following. Okay, cool. All right, great. So yeah, I just thought I'd share because it might help someday. So right now, that pulls all the way back to this industry. Our tabletop RPG industry is so tiny. It's really, really hard to make a living off of only tabletop. Whether it's board games, miniature board games, RPGs, like, it's really, really, really hard. Almost near impossible to do. But things are changing. But it's going to take time, and it's going to take people with business savvy sense and marketing and knowing how to do those things, because otherwise what will end up happening, this is a negative to my positive theory, because my positive theory is that with people like War Chief Gaming coming in, or like someone like, I guess, myself, even though I'm much smaller, you know, or like even watching Modifius do fun and cool things, or like Free League, Evil Hat, etc., right? Even with all of those people, that's not enough. In fact, you could probably count roughly between... You could probably count 10 majors on your hands when it comes to the RPGs, 10 major publishers and studios, and then the third parties and all that, like up to maybe about 100, 200 different publishers and studios. And that's not enough, because even like with all the freelancers involved and all that, when you talk about something like video games, you're talking millions, if not billions, of different studios and publishers, like major publishers, even like major indies, right? And people. So many people in there. So the fact that we're like less than 200 is not good. So that means the small of that pie it's really, really tiny. But the positive side, like I said, I'm on that optimistic side, which is why I'm still here with Smunchy Games, because I am very, very much aware that things can and will change by 2024. So here it says 6 years, right? Which is 4.8 billion in the next 6 years, and this was predicted in 2017. So that means in 6 years it would be 2023, right? But 2024 is going to be the actual boom. So there's actually going to be a really big explosion. Unfortunately, I don't know how, because I'm not a fortune teller. I wish I could, like, see into the future, but even Jedi can't. See what I did there? Anyway, okay, that was cheesy. Sorry. um, but the truth is, yeah. So it's hard to tell. The one thing for sure, though, is people who don't have the business savvy or the business sense, they are really going to struggle hard as we go forward. And that's because of the booming industry. And again, this is my positive outlook right now. Booming industry, Kickstarter being the way it is, etc., etc. The negative side, the negative theory, if you do want to go down that route, because I believe there's always two sides of a story, right, to every story. The negative side is people, how do I want to say this? People do not decide to increase and enhance the tabletop world and the industry, and we stay stagnant. And if we stay stagnant, unfortunately, we are going to kind of disappear. Not like disappear as in no one will be playing tabletop. That's not what I mean. I mean disappear as in the thought of ever having a full-time job in tabletop outside of major companies like Paizo and Wizards of the Coast, I would never even think about that again. And that's not to say things couldn't change, right, in the future, but that's the negative side of it. We really, really need to have more of an inviting industry, because we definitely don't right now. And I don't mean just like inclusivity. I think that's a big deal, and that should be a thing. But I mean even beyond that. There's a lot of people that are kind of being mean to one another, and unfortunately that doesn't encourage people to want to play with other people in a social game. So if we can't find a way to make that grow from a social side, because right now the only thing we kind of have saving our butts is the AAA folks, like Warchief, because no matter who you are and whether you agree with something or not, you're going to find a way to play together. Hence why video games are so big, right? There's a lot of people who don't agree on many things that play Warcraft. Some extreme elitism too at times, but they still play the game for the sake of the game, not for the sake of the other person. Which may be a bit of a bitter look on it, but maybe bitter is not the right word. Maybe I need to find a better word for that. But it may not be ideal or optimal by any means, but it's why I think world building will save our tails at the end of the day too. Because if people are in love with the world, they start opening up to things and others, right? And making friends in some of the weirdest of places. I know I have. So, so that's another piece. But that's more, I guess, social, emotional. On the business side of things, it's more in order to grow that, we have to have that piece. So, but then so there's that, but then there's that other side, and this is what I was talking about with like Paizo earlier and like Naltulth. If that industry, if that side of things does not grow, because right now it's really small, and it's actually much smaller than I thought from my original data that I gathered, we'll have to go to 5th edition. Like, we won't have a choice because of this number. And it's unfortunate, but it makes me realize that there are some skewed numbers, and there's a lot of strings being pulled in the background that I didn't know about until this last Kickstarter. So that's an interesting discussion too. Oh, there's so much in chat. Hello. Welcome. Obscura says, so what do you think about bunkers and badasses from Nerdvana Games? I don't know, let's go look at it. Nerdvana Games. Tiny Tina Games? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, First off, can I just say that I love the Tiny Tina aesthetic? Marine and I, we talk about it all the time, just at random points. We're like, how cool is this? I think this is good, but the biggest problem, because like this is what I meant by you have a studio, right? That everyone's like, what is this? But then you have a name like Gearbox Entertainment, which Gearbox, they're like down the road from me right now, and I know Gearbox pretty well. Um, so like you have this thing where Gearbox is like, oh cool, we'll kind of like feed into it, and this is what I meant by licensing. We'll feed into it, but we're not really going to take a whole big part in it, and that can spell doom, right? So this is what I meant by like you kind of need the visionaries there. Otherwise, if like the folks may not be able to push it, because here's the thing, I heard that this existed. I didn't know what it was called. And I'm of course only one person, right? But this is the first time I'm talking about it. Like, that's not good. um, but that's not to say this isn't good, because this looks great. But I am also pretty skeptical right now of it. Like, I myself personally, it's hard, right? Because like, that's what I mean by like with Naltulth. This kind of that's not Naltulth. That's not Naltulth either. So like with Naltulth, it's easier for me to craft and create because I hold the vision. But I'm also setting an expectation for the people who are supporting it, right? And they know that if my expectation is this, and this is what they purchase, this is what they're going to get. Where with Borderlands, especially Borderlands has a very specific audience with a very specific expectation. And if they do not get that expectation, because right now I can see this as pre-orders closed, right? Sold out, sold out. I don't know what to expect from them. So it makes me nervous, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna wait like 4 years before I buy this. Which of course they don't want to hear that, because they probably put a lot of time and hard work into this, and I believe it too. Like, I mean, this is awesome. Like gun cards, that's super cool. The bunker screen looks great. Like, I love the standees, I love the minis. Like, this is so cool. But I'm instantly hesitant because I know the IP. And I'm like, I have no idea if I want to invest in something like this. So I gotta wait, unfortunately. Which is weird, because then you start talking about like Tiny Tina's Wonderland, like the video game. I'm all over that. Like, I'm like, I want it now. I want to buy it now. I want to play it now. Like, that's my jam, right? I don't even care who makes it. I don't care, because I know, like, studio-wise, I don't care, because I know that 2K is going to take it seriously. Or not 2K. Is it 2K? Gearbox? What am I saying here? Yeah, Gearbox 2K. I know they're going to take this seriously. Gearbox is going to be like, okay, we need to have our hands so deep in this thing that if this goes wrong, we are all screwed, right? So, like, that's cool. That's awesome. But I don't know if they have the same commitment to, like, Nerdvana here. That's the only downside. Okay, let me go back. Message deleted. Oh, Marine banned them. Thank you. Appreciate that. It sounds like it was a bot. Obscura says, yeah, it's why I brought it up. AAA video game developers getting involved in TTRPG. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing, is like, with Nirvana, this is a studio. And they're not the original creators, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I am mistaken. Which, if I am mistaken, then I will eat my words and take that back. But if they are not, powered by Shopify, that's what we use. If they are not, then, like Cubicle 7 with Games Workshop, I start to question. And that's not to say that I don't like Cubicle 7. I have started to gain some faith in them, which is cool. But like big IPs like this always make me skeptical. I would almost rather Nerdvana create their own IP and then talk about it. So here, let's find out. Let's see who they are. Maybe I'm going to eat my words. Nerdvana is an ethos. It is about being comfortable, enjoying, and celebrating nerd culture with everyone. Well, that's a good start. Our mission at Nerdvana Games is to facilitate that ethos by bringing people together through tabletop gaming. Christy Junio Pitchford is a dedicated video game and tabletop game enthusiast who's been professionally contributing to the entertainment world for over 30 years as an author, designer, producer, and presenter. In 2015, so the same year I founded Smunchy Games, Christy founded Nerdvana, which includes Nerdvana's flagship concept of bar, restaurant, coffee shop, and lounge locations. Interesting. Nerdvana Games to create and publish original tabletop games. Nolan Lee started living in his local game shop at age 11, playing in every Lord of the Rings TCG tournament he could. Well, that's cool. From there, he became fully invested in the local nerd community, getting deep into MTG, Dance Dance Revolution, which I still can't do today. Like, I try, but man, it's so... I'm not good. And Super Smash Brothers, which I am good at that. After college, he played and coached League of Legends. That's cool. For 3 years until some teammates convinced him to give Texas a shot. All right. Oh, where he founded Nirvana in Frisco, which is where Gearbox is. There you go. So they're in Frisco. And I lived there for like 3 years. So I know Frisco actually really well. That's cool. Niche references in Super Mario 64 songs. So none of these people are Gearbox at all. So they are definitely very much their own unit. So I don't know. That's kind of why I'm waiting. Where something like Warchief Gaming, this is different because these people are the actual creators of the worlds that I enjoyed, I grew up with. So it's very, very different, right? Like here, they're licensing. Here, they are creating something brand new, and it's from those creators. And I'm like, yeah, that's AAA. That's coming in. That's going to crush it. I am also a big Borderlands fan, too. That's cool. Yeah, and I had heard mentions of it previously, but I never really thought to sought after it, and now I'm even more skeptical. Now I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Claptrap is my favorite, of course. Obscura then says, I find it weird that there's no word of a PDF yet. There you go. That's a weird thing. Like, you would think a PDF would come out by now. But that also means, see, the thing is, with the PDFs, that was actually an expectation set by Kickstarter. So Kickstarter going through that evolution, and then like itch.io and DriveThru, right? Those were all those things set up. But you're right, it is kind of weird. Because now we've expected that, because we're used to Kickstarter, we're used to itch, we're used to DriveThru. And we're like, why isn't there a PDF? Because then you could just download that and purchase that, and if you don't like it, then forget the physical stuff. There's no hype? Question mark? Says Obscura. No demos happening, no streaming games, which is also weird, right? So like with Weave the Tale and Penny for a Tale, we went with one outside of like I see them as family because they're awesome people. The Weave the Tale network folks and Penny for a Tale, they're such great people. But on top of that, Penny for a Tale is like in the top 10 Pathfinder 2e streamers on Twitch, and Weave the Tale is like in the top 5 or 10 Twitch streamers outside of like on Twitch period. So like they're massive audiences. And I'm really surprised that like they have not like even like contacted any of them or like Saving Throw Show or so on and so forth, right? Like there's a bunch of really big ones out there. And then, you know, like even with like PAX Australia, like Blue has done a lot of cool stuff there online. We're talking about doing like online Gen Con next year for running games for that. And you're right, I haven't heard any of that for this. So, which then kind of goes back to how expensive licensing really is. Like licensing is just, unless you've worked out a deal with them, right? Like they're like, oh hey, we're going to take like 70% and you take 30%, which by the way, for a Borderlands IP, that's awesome. Like you may be like thinking, like I know I would, when I like, you know, over a decade ago, I'd have been like 30%, that's all I get, that's terrible. Not really. Not if you're like selling billions of dollars worth of this stuff. Because let's kind of just like do that math real quick. 30%. We'll say of 500 million. There you go. So that is not at all the number that I wanted. 30% of 500 million. Just to show the math. there's your 30%. So like, that's not bad. Sure they're collecting 70, but who cares? Like that's incredible. So like, yeah, I don't know, unless they worked out a deal like that, but they may have to pay for the licensing up front. Blood Stallions, Honey Heist, that's funny. But yeah, so it's things of this nature that, like, this could help us as an industry. It could also really hurt us as an industry too. So I don't know yet. We'll have to find out. Like, I know this actually helped a lot. This helped so much. And the folks they had doing it. I wonder if I can find their Kickstarter here. Here's their merch. Let me see. War Chief Gaming Kickstarter. And like that's kind of why I'm not like completely knocking the Avatar of the Last Airbender Kickstarter, because I know people, it's weird, people have a lot of, like, whenever they look at a Kickstarter, they're like, oh my gosh, it made so much money. It's like, yeah, but they're actually going to like spend most of that. So it's not really going to be what you think. Yeah, here you go. So 10,218 backers, over 1 million, which they're probably going to use most of this just purely on shipping and production. So they probably won't see much money from that. But the after sales is where they'll see the money, which is cool. So they'll actually bring in something, which is great. We can look at Avatar real quick too. Avatar, the Last Airbender. Let me try that again. Avatar, the Last Airbender. Kickstarter? There we go. Yeah. Okay, Magpie. Let's do this. Alright, so, like, that's bonkers, right? And, like, over 9 million. To be fair, with that many people, this number doesn't feel big enough to me. Like, that feels way too small for that many people. Especially with the stuff they're promising here. Like, no way. No way, man. Retail price $225 for only $75 in the Kickstarter. Oh, okay. So let me tell. I want to share something with y'all that I think y'all really need to know, like on the other business side of this. So, let's talk about our Kickstarter. Let's talk about Nalt Wolf. Again, this needs to be said. Whenever you go into another Kickstarter, and this is me just like helping y'all as like backers, not even just business people, but backers. So we had a pledge, and have a pledge here, right? We had an early kobold. Where'd it go? Here, $35 or more. And then we had $45 or more for the Tundra Explorer, right? So, but what did we promise in this? We promised the PDF copy and then the physical setting book, right? And that's for the early kobold. This price was enough for us to make sure that, we made something to help pay our staff, but we which it won't come from the Kickstarter directly. It'll actually come from after sales, just because of how money works. It's kind of weird how that happens, but it allows me to pay them, and then it also allows me to regain an investment, so I can invest again to pay them again. So because it's a business, right? It's like constantly cycling, and this is the lowest we could go. On top of that, to also make sure that we can physically order those copies, because if we went any lower, it would hurt the margin as a whole, but it would also become an unknown because of the price of value of things going up, like cardboard, wood pulp, etc., right? So that was our bottom line price. And then we moved it to 45 here. This also then just gives some more padding, helps the staff, etc., right? And then the company and investments as a whole. And then here, which is the late pledge, we now have it at 50 because people who backed us on the Kickstarter, we want to show good faith. Y'all helped us start the project. So we want to make sure we give you a better price. If you late pledge, you'll still get it at a good price, but at MSRP is going to be $60 for both of these things together. Which essentially means what? Well, that means the physical hard copy is going to be MSRP $40, and the PDF MSRP is going to be $20. Those prices are not stagnant. Like, they are what they are, but it could change MSRP in the future, right? Because that's how that works. Now, let's go back to the Avatar. Avatar prices, $75 for a retail price of $225. Let's do that math. 225 minus 75. They are losing $150 for every person that backs on Kickstarter. That adds up so dang fast. And I'm going to tell you right now, personally, this is not me saying I don't have faith in Magpie Games. That's not me saying this at all, because they are very great people. They're good at what they do, right? This is me saying I am super skeptical in the world of COVID, and financially, like, unless we go back to our how much people are getting paid, where is this? Like, in this industry, right? Slow industry. I don't know how they're coming out with that number. Which then makes me realize this is probably to cover licensing costs. And if this is to help cover licensing costs, whether that's, I don't know who owns this, Nickelodeon? Who owns Avatar The Last Bender? Who owns Avatar? Yes, this. Rights. Where's the rights? Rights. Viacom CBS. Okay. Let's look up Viacom CBS. Viacom CBS. Cool. They're a mass media company. So this is where things kind of get weird and boring for some people, but for me, I find it fascinating because you're like, oh, this is actually how things work. Okay, so CBS owns this. So Viacom CBS, right? Like RuPaul, okay, it makes sense, right? Like, these are all their folks. So they actually own the rights to Avatar The Last Airbender, hence Paramount, Nickelodeon. Totally makes sense now. All right. So this major broadcast network and Magpie Games now has had to find a way to work a deal with them. That's very concerning to me. All right, going back to chat here. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying for a while that the best part of 5e is the third-party publishing, says Obscura. Yes, I'd agree. And that's because Wizards of the Coast was really, I hate saying this, but they were very smart in their business plan. Because, I mean, why not intentionally make a mechanically broken game so others can fix it to then sell with other mechanics and other settings to make it better that people will then use and the community will grow. And then, of course, why not partner with Critical Role? Which at the time was Geek and Sundry, right? Before they broke off. Totally makes sense. I would have done that. It makes it scale fast because then you build a community and it gets people talking. Where that's some of the things I found we're having problems with Paizo right now, to be honest with you. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is so well designed that this is what I meant by, one, it's so well designed that it's hard for others to help now third-party publish. There's no holes to fill. Why should I be filling holes? Well, if I'm someone who's a developer only, and I'm like really not that great at world building or storytelling, I want to fall on design and mechanics. And now, unfortunately, I can only create some very small micro mechanics that might help. But the system is so well done and tight. And in a way, that's like a huge compliment to the designers. But it's also kind of a poor business decision. Because now they're struggling, right, to foster that third party from that side. You have the other side of the coin, though, where you have, settings, like us. Like, we're storytellers. We love that. So mechanically, we're like, we're going to do our best, obviously, and get it play tested and get feedback from the community. because there are other people way smarter than us in that regard. Um, and that's not to say we're not good ourselves. It's just, we like to have that outlook. It's more of we want to tell a great story, and we don't want the mechanics, though, to get in the way, which now we're kind of learning that is kind of a thing on Pathfinder that can happen with 2nd edition. So you kind of have like both sides hurting in some shape or form, either from like the business perspective, or on like our side, like there are some people that, because the system is so well designed, it's hard to really tell a good story sometimes. It's gonna require us to really have to think about how do we not take away agency when it's needed, for example, or how the GM can creatively do things if they're not seasoned. Because if they're not a seasoned game master and they're playing Pathfinder 2nd edition for the first time, it's kind of overwhelming. It's going to be pretty crunchy, right? Which isn't a bad thing, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the crunch, but it's going to be really overwhelming your first time in. So have to find a way around that. 5th edition, that was very smart for them to do that. Even if they didn't do it on purpose. If they did not do it on purpose, it would still work out in their favor, which makes sense. Marine says, what? That is averaging out for less than $100 per backer, isn't it? Yes, it is. You're right. Something is fishy about it. Yep. It's weird. Marine says that is not a sustainable business model. You're right. It's not. It makes me wonder. So that's going to get into the next topic on this, because this is actually really important. This is like super advanced. We're like in expert business mode when we're going to go into this next section. But I'll hold that thought for just a second, because Obscurus says, aka the Bethesda model. Right. Yes. Exactly. Modding. You could also say Minecraft, right? Minecraft did that really well too. And it makes sense. It makes sense to do that. So right now, I would say the Pathfinder 2nd Edition community, like that's what I meant by we are small but mighty. The problem is we're small because it's not spreading fast enough, because there's no reason for it to. The things that, like, D&D, to be totally honest with you, D&D, it was not, if you go back and, like, it's weird, because when I looked into, like, all the research and the history, because, I mean, obviously I wasn't alive in, like, the 1970s or 60s, but when you look back at when they created all these things, storytelling was the core, and then they carried that forward. And sure, they had a lot of crazy mechanics and other weird things and all these trials and errors and all that, and then hence 5th edition today. And I remember the drop of 3rd edition. I was there for that. So I remember that very well in the game store that I was playing in. But fast forward to today, and they don't have the problem of the third party, because what happened was, instead of creating this tightly knit game design system, they created a world and they created a story, and from there, other third parties were either able to make their own from it, or make something brand new. And what saved D&D was not the players. It wasn't the GM. It wasn't the gamer. Which is weird saying that. It was actually, though, the third-party publisher. The third-party publisher is what made D&D today. I mean, look at Critical Role. Like, in their case, you could say GM like Matthew Mercer, but the thing about, like, Matthew Mercer and or Matt Mercer, I don't know what he prefers to be called, but Mercer here, him and crew, they originally started on Pathfinder 2nd Edition and then switched to D&D 5e. And then they were at Geek and Sundry, and then they left and did Critical Role. But the part that's never talked about is the fact that all of them were actors, you're right, of voice acting of some kind, or doing actual acting, like in, not that it's different, you know what I mean. It's physical acting, I guess is what I should say, in movies, or in Matt Mercer's case, video games like Overwatch, right? That bolstered them very quickly. And then 5th edition, it was his own world. And he kind of had some other aspects of it, which is why WotC was like, hey, let's just partner with him. And in a way, they were doing their own third-party publishing because of streaming. So it's like, that really is what that bolstered it. Kobold Press, all the older folks from back in the day, like there's so many of them, right? And we are lacking that. So today, in this weird world of 2021, well, soon to be 2022, still somewhat Twilight Zone-y. I don't know what next year is going to bring. We're so close to the end of it, by the way, of this year. It's so fascinating how fast we blew through. But anyway, that's not the point. That's a tangent. The fascinating thing about this is that we are in a place where people are trying to constantly make their own systems, their own unique systems. And that's actually hurting our industry by doing that. So, and I learned this actually the hard way because I did the same thing. We went off and created the path system, right? We talked about that. And then we partnered with Blue, and then we created the parse system, or he already had the parse system and the choice system, and then I just helped invest in it, and he created that. So now we have 2 unique systems, technically I guess 2.5, because choice and parse are 2 different ones, even though they're the one and the same. But we did the same thing, and then we realized, oh crap, this, along with all the other thousands upon thousands of other people trying to create their own system and then get it funded on Kickstarter, is actually hurting our community. And the reason why it's hurting the community is because, think of it in this way of video games, a system is like a console or a PC, right? You're going to game on it. Third-party publishing brings the games that you play on the console or on the system, on the computer. So if everyone's making their own consoles, who's making the games? That's the problem. That's the real issue that we're having. So what ends up happening is 5th edition, you could probably compare to the PC, right? Everyone's making games for it. I would say the majority of people are making games for the PC. And then you have other systems like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, or even Pathfinder 1st Edition, which could be maybe like, I don't know, Xbox or Switch or PlayStation, take your pick. And then Evil Hat, right? They're one of those. Fate, Blades in the Dark, right? Kind of the same thing. And then you have the other ones, too. Those are the ones, though, you can take to Kickstarter. Then you have the systems that you can't take to Kickstarter that you can only use on drive-thru, such as the Year Zero system, or Cypher, or etc., etc., right? Then you have the extreme indie, which is like us. We're extreme. We're like the indie extreme. You have us, where we're like, oh, well, we're going to open up a CCBY, right? And be like, use our system. So Quest is one of them. We're one of them. There's tons of others out there, like that you can go onto itch.io and download it for free. Mork Borg, technically a part of Free League. That's one of them, right? It's a little more OSR, but you got the picture, right? But there's so many choices now of system. What do people play? Well, let's kind of dive into that. Hey man, did you hear about this new MMORPG or this new game called Borderlands? Oh no, I have not. Let me go and what should I buy it on and play it on? Oh, well, you can play Borderlands on the PC or the Xbox or the PlayStation or well, not the Switch. But you see what I mean? So you have these 3 options. Oh, cool, I want to play Borderlands on all of them. Okay, well, how come there's not cross-platforming? Oh, well, you know, they just don't want to, like, partner up and do that. Oh, but dude, we're, like, in the day of 2021. We have the internet. Why don't they just cross-platform? Oh, I don't know, man. Same question here. Why are we not cross-platforming? And who's making the games? That is what's going to help our industry. But unfortunately, no one is talking about that. except for our small, super tiny little corner at Smunchy Games. So, like, Marines heard me talk about this forever, right? I don't hear it anywhere else. And then when you, like, make it really hard to port something onto, right? So, like, PlayStation, like Sony, they just opened it up to where it's much easier for indies to do that. Xbox, Microsoft has made it really difficult to do ports for indie games onto the Xbox. Up until just very recently, I believe. And then the Switch, you can do that for Nintendo, but Nintendo, it's so weird because it's so cheap to get a development kit, but it's weird because, like, they'll put stuff through just to get it on the console, but then sometimes they have this weird rigorous process that you have to jump through like 15 hoops to just get on the Switch. It's really weird. And then Steam's like, dude, I don't even care if it's a game, put it on the PC. It'll be great. Right? And that's kind of why it's crazy. So going back to chat here, I'll pause so I can catch up. Obscura says which Paizo once was. Right. Yes, exactly. And then that's a really good point, really. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Obscura said that. And then Marine says, LOL, cross-system compatibility sounds like an interesting concept, but it isn't exactly a new one. Right, it's not. Marine says, technically, White Wolf did that for VTM and all the World of Darkness stuff. Yes, you're right, exactly. But if you notice, White Wolf did that with their 2 IPs. So who's making the games for these systems? And that is exactly why right now, so Naltulth has proven something really big, even in the smallest of way. So here's where this gets interesting. When I was running those ads for Naltulth, and I'll come back to this avatar piece because this all gets wrapped in together. All the ads, right, I had mentioned, all of them were asking for 5th edition. So who knows, we may have to do that. Like, the more I talk about it, the more I realize that just may have to be a thing. But with the Pathfinder 2nd edition mindset first, right? So that's kind of where our mind's at. So we may have to do cross-compatibility with Naltulth. But we also had backers backing Naltulth, not because it was Pathfinder 2nd edition. We had people backing Naltulth purely for the system, or for the setting, I mean. Purely for Naltulth as a world. We had 30 backers. They all reached out to me. They had never played a tabletop RPG in their life. Well, 5 of them haven't. The other 25 had never played Pathfinder ever in their life. Not 1st or 2nd edition. All of them backed Naltulth only because of the world we built. So what that means is, Smunchy Games, at least right now that I know of, we are one of the only ones making the games for the systems. Outside of other third party for 5th edition, right? But, like, they're not going to always port it. So you just have Pathfinder 2nd edition and 5e, right? And of course, like, I would say there's a really good argument against it too. Like, some would say, well, this system was not meant to play this setting. But by doing that, you're now hurting people coming into the industry for the first time to make it grow. Which is why everyone defaults to 5th edition. It's the only one that their friend's friend played from down the road, and it was their neighbor, and they invited them to a game night. That's why. Which then means all those unique systems will never grow. They will literally die as a seed. And that's unfortunate. That's sad. And even I've thought of that of our own systems, too. Now, to be fair, that's where this business savvy piece comes in. I know how to get into retail. We are in retail, actually. Parcelings is already in retail. So that's not too far out of our bag. But the seed will at least grow into a tiny plant. I don't see it becoming this monstrous vine that has like these beautiful, luscious grapes on it, right? But you never know. It could. That's just kind of the truth of it. So, with all of that said, there's so many of these systems out there, and there's not enough third-party publishers. There's not enough third-party people creating settings, creating games for those systems to play on. Which is why I was like, man, Attack on Titan would really work on the Path system. but it could also really work on 5th edition too. So, it could also really work on Pathfinder 2nd edition too. Alright, going back up here. Marine says, yeah, and you can't forget the moral dilemma that's giving White Wolf your money is. Well, so then there's that, right? So that then feeds into the business savvy problem. There is not enough people business savvy. That's why they're still around, right? But then, of course, you also have a major community that doesn't even know that White Wolf has problems, right? That's a thing, too. Like, in fact, there are still tons of tabletop gamers out there that doesn't even know Kickstarter exists, which is really weird to think about, but it's actually true. Very strange thing. I would say about 60 to 70% of tabletop gamers don't even use social media. So that's another issue that has to come that we should probably talk about someday. An issue as in how to help the industry. Not as in, like, you should use social media, but, you know. Obscura says, well, that does bring up an interesting point, because regarding the Iron Kingdom, because they had their own system originally, but for Requiem they went back to 5e. Exactly. You know who else went to 5th edition? Free League. Symbaroum. They went to 5th edition. Their Year Zero system, it's okay, but they're back in the same situation as everyone else. They needed their setting to be played. There it is. 5e Symbaroum. I think I'm saying it wrong. I don't know. I'd have to ask Van. She would know. They're a Swedish company, and she's Swedish, so I don't know. I just figured I'd go to a source. But yeah, I love the setting. But everyone, they weren't playing it on Year Zero. They were porting it to 5e. So they went there. And you're right, Iron Kingdoms went there too. Because Privateer Press, they have War Machine and Hordes. Like, that's their miniature war game. I love that game. It's behind me right now too. And you're right, they have their own system, and then, well, this. So, 5e, it was. Marine says, oh, by the way, I was offered a crazy job recently that makes no sense, and I was so sketchy I felt like I had to tell you about it. Oh, okay. They're trying to pay me $89,000 a year for a 4-hour per week lead game design job for a mobile gacha game that uses NFTs for their gacha rewards. I couldn't make this up if I tried. Be very careful, especially in the NFT community right now. It's way too early to see how that's gonna go. Not that it's not like viable. That's not what I mean. Clearly, cryptocurrency, like, all that's a thing, but it's more of the jobs that come out of that right now. Be very careful with that. You could, of course, try and do the work if you'd like, but if, you know, they're like, oh, sorry, we can't give you a paycheck in the next 4 weeks or 2 weeks, like, I would bounce. I'd be gone. And then, of course, I don't know if you would want to trust them with your information or not, too. That's up to you, though. I don't know about anything about them that you mentioned, so. Obscura says, oh, Foundry VTT support. Oh, right. Yep. So then Virtual Tabletop, that's another thing. They're also they're like your accessory to your console, right? So they're like a tool that allows people to play within the console. They're like the OS, I guess, is maybe another way to say it. So. Oh, Marine says I want nothing to do with it. I just thought it was funny. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright. No, that's cool. That is very weird, though. Yeah. That's super weird. Now, how does all that tie into this, though? To Avatar? Alright, so. This is where it gets really hard. So here's a secret to business that people that fund like this. So I'll be totally honest with you. I am so much more comfortable at funding between $7,000 and $30,000, maybe more, maybe like $100,000. I'd be fine with too. But I would be crapping my pants if this happened, especially at that number of $75 and retail price MSRP is $225. I would like legit be crapping my pants. And I say this to you confidently because I am someone who also manages, like, what was it? Oh, it's not the door. I'm someone who has managed between $5 to $125 million, okay? If not more. So I've handled this type of money. Like, I know how this works. And there are two things that are going to have to happen for them. Because one, licensing comes into play, but the second one is the after sales. I keep on talking about after sales, and I'm talking about it on purpose. So I want to share something with y'all that I shared with another group recently, which I did like Smunchy talks and all that. And this is kind of like, this is how I was helping people. I was doing like some free courses for people. And, you know, all of this, there's a lot here. I'm not going to go through all this. But this is like kind of like a template for how you want to run your business, especially in tabletop. But it's this right here, the after sales and retailers. This is where your profit starts, and this is kind of where like selling extra copies of the printed premium books work, POD sales, PDFs, right? So like you mentioned PDF for the Verdana or Nerdvana company that does the Borderlands stuff, right? All of this is what helps bring in money as either a profit, but profit is kind of a silly word to use in tabletop because like RPGs, because it just almost doesn't exist. Profit is just like not really a real thing. It's more of breaking even in revenue so you can pay yourself and your peers, right, and your employees, if you have them, or your partners, whatever the case may be. So profit isn't really a thing. No one's actually holding on to cash except for maybe Hasbro because of Wizards of the Coast and how they're a part of their bigger parent, right? Where WotC's the child, they're the subsidiary now. So in this case, with Avatar, either Magpie Games needs to make tons of extra copies, like millions of them. Because right now you have 81,000 backers, 81,567. Plus, if they have late pledges open, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, here it is, late pledging. Who knows how much they made here? So they made like another 100,000. Oh no, see, it doesn't even say it. So 81,000, right? So they're not actively updating. They're not sharing that information. So that's another secret. In BackerKit, you can share that information. I don't plan to share that information for Naltulth, but like in this case, for a campaign this big, I'd be sharing that info. This though, for sure, like they will have to print so much more in order to stay floating. Like right now, I'm seeing nothing but debt. Like they would be in so much debt right now on this price with this many people, and then there's a retail price. That means they plan to put this into retail. You are going to see this in Target. You're going to see this maybe in Walmart if they don't have a Target exclusive, because I know how to get into Target retail too. You're going to see this in all game stores across the globe, not just like the North Americas here. You're going to see it everywhere. And then you're going to see it, you may even see it advertised on television. That's how big this might actually go. That's the only way from the after sales that they're going to be able to actually make this work. This then means, now I'm going to show you another secret. So, Magpie Games. Let's go see how many people actually work for them. Because I know how many people you need to really pull that off. if they're not using like other fulfillments and other things like that, like third party or like independent contractors or whatever, which they could be, which would be smart. I would do that. Okay, this is not enough people right out of the gate. I can tell you, no way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people. So they must have a lot of freelancers or contractors or something, right? So, like, I would be so scared right now, just looking at that. They would have to make it up in after sales. So if I'm going to craft a theory right now, if they need to make up that money in after sales based on shipping and contracting, those contracts for shipping, manufacturing, fulfillment, all the logistics, everything that they need to print the books, as well as like the designers, the artwork, and the licensing, and the partnerships. After all of that, that means in the after sales, one of two things are going to happen. They're going to be true and honor their price of only $75 for all of this stuff. Packaging, boxing, artwork, this bag, dice bag, right? The dice, the custom dice, which are stupid expensive, by the way, for manufacturing. Like, that's why I don't get into dice, or people make their own dice. You see your like dice companies like Kraken Ice Cream or whatever they're called. Ice Cream Dice and then Kraken Dice, etc. You see those companies because they make their own, or they manufacture in like large quantities like this. But this is expensive. So that means they're going to honor it, and then it's going to go straight to the backers, and then it'll go to retail. or what's going to happen is they honor the price, and I'm thinking goodwill towards them, not ill will here. Which I'll go to the negative side, but right now I'm again positive here. They will go to retail first, which some backers may not like. They may go to retail first and then ship everything to backers, which is another way of doing it. Now, if it's a negative, well, before I go into that, let's keep on the positive for a second. They would also need to hire a crap ton of people to get this done. Like, they need editors, like multiple, like they probably have all these things set up, but editors, designers, like I said, there's so much in here. This is like you're going to need at least a team of 50 people to get this done properly, not including like warehousing and all, like I said, all the other stuff. So they're going to have to hire the partners, and then hire the contractors, and then hire the freelancers. And they can't offer them full-time. There's no way you could get a full-time job out of this unless they got a bigger deal with Viacom CBS. Because if they got a bigger deal with Viacom CBS, then they could bring in full-time. But then full-time, because of health insurance, that then drops them to lower than $70,000 a year. Right, exactly. Just like what I had thought. Because of how our revenue works for tabletop here. So you would have to make less than $70,000 in order to bring them in on full time, because health insurance is a premium, and then that actually comes out of the budget and the way that taxes work, so they have to pull that out, right? I know I'm speaking really fast, forgive me. But all of that said, that's what they have to do. So then option 2, which is the negative, they ship straight to retail, put everything in retail for 1 to 2 years or 3 years, deliver nothing to backers until then, and even to send this out in waves, even on the positive side, which you could still look at it more as a negative, but even on the positive side, for 81,567 backers, they would have to ship this out in waves for over the next 5 to 10 years. That's insanity. Nope. I'm so glad I'm not them right now. Like, I could not do that. I would rather go back to, like, doing software startups, which makes me work, like, 95 hours a week. No, thank you. Oh, okay. So, alright, going back to this chat. Marine says, I already hate gacha since it both enables and predates on people with gambling addictions, and NFTs are kind of dumb. IMO, it's like paying money for dibs on a concept. Oh, I could see that. Obscura says, "Oh man, I want to stay, but I have to finish prepping for my game in 30." That's all good. I appreciate you coming out and saying hi, and chatting with us. Really. Thank you so much for the conversation, says Obscura. It's been fantastic and very informative. You're welcome. Well, again, thanks for, participating and being here. So, I appreciate that. I hope your game goes well. And I'll probably be here for another 30 minutes, just finishing out this talk as a whole, and then, this is the stuff I work on anyway. Like, I always look at, like, competitors and stuff. But I just wanted to highlight this one. Anyway, good luck on your game, and thank you for the follow too, Obscura. I appreciate that. Hopefully all the stuff we've talked about here helps you in some shape or form, or that you just had fun talking, because I know I did. But alright, well, good luck to you. And so kind of like finishing this out, and just kind of talking about our industry again, we really have a lot of work to do, and there's so much that we need to do in order to make this successful. And being as tiny as Smunchy Games is, I think we've done pretty well for ourselves. We're very small, super, super small, but I think we have the right thoughts going forward, and I also think that, who knows, in time, maybe we will be sitting, in a way we're technically sitting next to the big dogs in retail right now, but financially maybe we will be sitting next to them soon, unless maybe we already are and I don't even know it, which that could be a thing too. And then finding ways to help grow this industry. It's kind of why I've just taken the stance on we are making the games for the consoles, for the PCs, because no one else really is. And that is what's so weird to me. But it's weird because I'm coming from a very different industry with that level of experience too. And here I think people are just now trying to find their footing. And it's why I try and approach this positively, but I don't, like I said, it's hard to fit this all into 140 characters on Twitter or even on a Facebook post or anywhere else for that matter. It's really hard to do that. So like Twitch, this stream gives me like the opportunity to talk about that, or like doing webinars or stuff like that, like being able to you see me on camera and me talk and like hear my tone inflection and all that, meaning I mean no ill will at all when I say these things. Like I'm hoping that we as an industry we come together more, getting closer, getting cozy and snuggly, because that's the only way you're going to be able to make it grow. And if everyone else is kind of like off doing their own thing, it's going to be really hard to do that. And I would like to see the industry grow. One, because of my own passions, for sure, and my team's passions. My team is very passionate. All of them have such a magical flicker in their eye, I guess is like the best way I can describe that. And you can see it, and you can hear it. You can hear it in their voices and the way they feel, too. And I know there's many others out there, right, that have that same feeling and passion. And you see it. And they feel that the only way to make that happen is to create more consoles and create more PCs, basically. Instead of creating Windows, because or how like now we're talking about OS systems on PCs, right? Instead of being Windows, and they're like, ugh, I don't want to do that. I would rather be Apple. So they go and make their own MacBook Pros and and their own OS systems like OS X, right? Mac OS, iOS, right? They're like, I'm going to make a mobile phone instead because I think that's great. I mean, yeah, it's useful. It's just, who's going to make the apps for the phone? Who's going to make the web apps? Who's going to make the games? Who's going to make those things? Because right now, like, we don't really have many people doing that. And that kind of makes me sad. um, and you know, some people you could probably argue really, like, well, GMs don't want settings. You know, they don't want that. They want to make their own. Totally fair. That's totally fair point, right? But the biggest issue, and this is what plagued the video game industry, and it still plagues it today. And it's to no one's fault. It's just because of how humans work. It's how our lives work. And our societies work as a whole. Like, not even just the North Americas, but like all over the world. Like, we all have to, we're humans, we have to eat, we have to use the restroom, we have to bathe, we want to make memories with our families, right? There's a lot of what we would call casuals, right? I'm putting that in, I know that may annoy some people, but casuals, right? They're casual gamers. And I used to be like the hardcore, and then I'm like, well, now I'm older and I want to spend time with my family and my kids and my wife, you know. I want to spend time with my friends, you know, cracking jokes and playing games like RPGs, tabletop RPGs. And just doing random things for fun, like, I don't know, selling tentacles to people, like we did with the Subway Surfers. And when Finn ran that, it was so much fun. I think it was Marine's character who had that cool backpack. But anyway, yeah, it's like, I want to do that. I want to spend time doing that. But it's hard to do that when I don't know where to start. You know, like, if I'm brand new to the industry, where do I start? Well, you should probably start with 5th edition. Some would argue Quest, because it has been rated that as a system. It is actually really easy to learn. My kids learned it in like 10 minutes. But the point is like, we could argue that all day. Everyone's just going to go back to 5th edition. So it's because it's the starting point. And in order for the industry to grow, that's why that's happening. So we have to really think about those things as we move forward in our industry. And especially in tabletop RPGs specifically is what I'm talking about when I say tabletop industry. Just to give clarity there. Because board games, they have their own issues right now, and so do war games and skirmishes, from a financial and business perspective. But for us, that's our big killer. It's the fact that no one knows where to start, no one knows who to play with, everyone's afraid to play with everyone, and because it's such a social game, it's making it really hard to pick and do things, right? So why not just do 5th edition? With that said, though, it goes back to that thought of cross-compatibility. And I think in the future, this is why we will more than likely release like our unique systems alongside 5th edition and probably Pathfinder 2nd edition, because I really enjoy that system a lot. And just really how they made it, right? What it's about, what it stands for. But by doing that now, and I encourage others to do this too. If you're watching this VOD, or you're here with us live, I truly encourage you to take that route of understanding the setting, who's making the game, who's making the app, right? By game, I mean for the console, for the PC. Who's doing that? Because if you're creating that setting and you're putting it on these 3 different systems, your own system and then 2 other popular systems, as just an example, it gives you the opportunity then to be like, cool, pick your console to play this game on. Which is very similar yet different to how, and I know it's hard to be similar and different at the same time, but it is like the video game industry. You know, you're able to port it from PC to Xbox to PlayStation to Switch. But like, no one's porting to the Nintendo 64 anymore because the console's outdated, i.e. the system's outdated, right? But all the other systems that you see coming out, they can't compete. So in this case, at least now you're giving your players the option to say, you know what, I don't know these 2 systems, but I do know this one, so let's play on this console, right? Let's play on this PC. And that's why with 5th edition it makes sense to give them that option. But that's not to say don't slide in your own, right? you could then become like the switch to the rest of the others. You never know. So it's worth trying. It's not me discouraging don't make your own system. It's me saying understand that you may come out with the Sega Dreamcast and it may be kind of popular for a hot moment, but the Xbox is going to do better. Right? Or the Switch is going to do better, or the PlayStation is probably going to do better, or, well, the PC's been around for a long time, so it's probably just going to crush it. So you might as well try and do that, and then have them experience your setting, experience your world, and those things. Now, if you aren't able to do a world, if you aren't able to do a setting, because I have heard others that say, well, Smunchy, I just suck at that. I can't do that. And if you really feel that you can't do that, then instead make micro mechanics for those consoles, i.e., I think Obscura had said it in the chat a little bit ago, the Bethesda model, right? Mod it. Mod those games. Mod those consoles for those games. Or the other way around, mod the games for the consoles. I don't know, right? Mod the setting for the consoles. Do both. And create a micro mechanic. Create a micro mechanic for 5th edition. Create a micro mechanic for Pathfinder 2nd edition. Which I know is hard, because they designed it so well. They did such a good job on it, but it's very hard because of that reason, right? Design a micro mechanic for Blades in the Dark. Design a micro mechanic for Fate. Design a micro mechanic for Quest, etc. Right? Whatever. In that way, you will be able to change the industry and help it grow. You really will. And you'll win too. You will, in other words, win as in saying you will find yourself where you want to be. It's not so much that saying of a high tide raises all ships, because sometimes that's not always true. I'll just be honest with y'all. But what this is saying is that you may even get to have a boat on the water to begin with, even if that high tide isn't raising your ship. Which you'd be like, well, how? That's not how physics and science works. That's not how it works, Smunchy. Which I know, but the tabletop RPG industry also isn't real water, so you get what I'm saying. So hopefully that helps. Let's see here. Oh, more. I've missed a lot. Marine says the thing that makes Smunchy Games so good at the fact that those who are working are fueled purely by passion. It's very true. That's for sure. LOL. Says Marine. And Smunchy's business knowledge is concentrating and maximizing the impact of that passion. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. That's true, Marine. GMs may not want settings, but they do want inspiration from said settings. Also true. Yep. Obscura says absolutely. Marine says that hurt my soul. I love the Sega Dreamcast. I know, I'm sorry, Marine. One of my favorite consoles from my childhood. Crooney. Hi, Crooney. What did you put in here? Eye crystals. I like them. Thank you for sharing those. I don't know, is that like a bits pledge? Maybe I'm just being naive right now. Hi, Crooney. Welcome to the chat. But yeah, Marine's right. And you're right, GMs sometimes may not want settings, so that's kind of what I was going for, though, or that they pull inspiration from. Where I was going with that, though, with the whole casuals piece, people are gaining less and less time to constantly create their own things. And the more people you have coming in to an industry like this, because such a small industry, you have such big creative people, right? Like, there's so many creative game masters out there, and they do incredible and amazing things for their players. Unfortunately, not everyone can be a game master, which is probably why you have that saying, well, I'm forever a game master, or they're forever a game master, right? Because that does happen. Not everyone can be one. So what happens in an industry where not everyone can be one? Well, they're relying now on these things. So then they start turning to solo options to play by themselves, or turning to a GM-less system, right? Air quotes again. A GM-less system where they are trying to then play with each other, but none of them can play as the GM, so now they're reading off of cards that they pull right from the top of the stack. Or they're reading from a choose-your-own-adventure book, which, by the way, that's what Path's World of Adia does. So that's kind of cool. We have a GM-less option for the Path system. But, all of that said, because while those do solve the problems, some of those problems, it doesn't solve everything. And that means that at some point, they're going to have to learn how to be a GM. And what better way to do that through a setting, through an IP, through an adventure? Hence why, like, Faerun got so big, right? Or the Forgotten Realms in general. Hence why Golarion. People love Golarion, right? All of those types of settings. That's why they exist. Because they had to learn somewhere. And then they got into it forever. And now you have things like DM's Guild and Infinite and all that, right? So, it's why not provide them multiple settings, especially in the fact that, like the games, right, on the consoles, the systems, that they can learn from. And if they turn out to be really great settings and worlds, they'll come back for more. And we already have proven this theory like many times over with Smunchy games. So we know that is true. That is an actual thing. Because people buy our stuff purely for that in some cases. Naltulth, even in Parslings in some cases. There have been people who just bought Parslings for the artwork, let alone like the setting or the system. And that's just a merit to Blue's incredible art skills. But the reality is that's the truth, you know. And that's something to think about, something to go through. Marine says they seem to be D10s with eyeballs. Oh, I didn't notice that. You're right. Which is cool. So yeah, what time is it? Wow, it's 1:18. So anyway, I'm just sharing this with y'all because this will help our industry. This will help grow it, and it'll help it grow rapidly too. The more that people have to choose from on existing systems, the more they are going to pull others in to join them, especially if they really love the concept. And you know, a long time ago, do I want to start this conversation? Not because it's bad, but because I don't know if I'll have the time to finish it. But, you know, there were board game designers back in, like, 2012 who were unsure that they could sell a genre of game called a roll and write. And if you don't know what a roll and write game is, Yahtzee is like a roll and write game. Which is interesting because you're like, well, why would they not be able to sell that? Like, Yahtzee's, like, popular in the board game world. Well, it is, but what happens when you do your own roll and write? And it's not Yahtzee. So they had to do a lot of different things, and sure enough, roll and writes they were able to sell, and some people love them, some people hate them. I love them, because it's like, it's pretty close to pen and paper, right? Tabletop RPGs. But there was a designer, and really a publisher, and he's a friend of mine. He had once said, I have an idea for something like a roll and write, but how can I sell this to someone where all they have to do is use their imagination? And that sounds very much like an RPG, doesn't it? Which, when we go back many, many, many decades ago, you know, talking about Gygax and Arneson, right, and their history, and talking, even, you could probably go even further back to, like, wargaming, right, back in the early 1910s, and talking about how they did that, How do you sell something to someone with when it just only requires imagination? And the truth of the matter is that it goes back to kind of actually what Maureen had said, that comment of inspiration. And, why do people buy books and read them? Why do people do those things? And the reality is because of the story. It's the storytelling. So when you have that, that's actually what you're selling. You're selling the storytelling. You're selling the world. You're selling the setting. And if you're selling the storytelling, people are going to get hooked into that because they are now immersing in that world. Which this goes back to like some kind of like Todd Howard talk from Bethesda back in like early 2000s, late 2000, 2010, somewhere in there. Something about immersion, right? They only said that like 20 million times. Anyway, immersion is such a big deal. So when you write about it and you have a world about it, people get lost in it. And I can tell you that even like adding on to it or making your own from those pieces, and if you can't do that, again, that's okay. You have options of like micro mechanics or pairing up with someone who can. Or of course, like I said, create your own system, release it alongside the others, and we'll see how it goes, right? What I'm getting at, though, is that storytelling is the one thing that sells everything that we do, even imagination. And this is now more of like a fundamental practice that I'm talking about here. This is not even like just a business thing. This is like everything that we do, there is some form of story to it. And every ad you've ever seen, every commercial you've ever seen, anything you've ever done with anyone ever, if you are a human being and you have family, a friend, a pet, as whatever your favorite type of animal is as a pet, if you even are living, you have a story, right? And you've told a story to someone else about something. Like maybe you have a cat and you really love cats, and your cat decided to sit on your desk, and you have this bottle on your desk, and your cat knocked it off. And what was inside the bottle was oil for your car because you're a mechanic, and you enjoy that. I don't know. And then the oil got on the rug or the carpet, and it stained the carpet, and it's weird because it stained the carpet into the form of a cat. So it was almost like an omen. I don't know. That's a story, right? And you told someone about it. Someone found that really interesting. Someone gained inspiration from it and used it creatively, or someone told that story to someone else, or they've locked it away in their memories, or you've told it anywhere, right? But that story is powerful. It's impactful. So storytelling is, in fact, the key to literally everything. It is the key to everything outside of the experience itself, experiencing that story. That's where things like user experience, customer experience, experience being the key word, experience designers, that comes in. That's what I do. I do that actually outside of just games. I'm an experience designer professionally. So when you talk about that in that way, storytelling being the root of it, of course, storytelling is going to sell really well in games. Even better than mechanics. By a mile. So in order to help grow the industry, make the games for the consoles. And that's what we do. And that's why we were able to prove what we have. Now, of course, we're not like our friends here. That's not our friends. That's us. Our friends here, like, as in peers. I don't actually know Magpie Games. I don't know many of them from there, but I would like to, if anyone's watching. Hi. But they told a story, right? And they're using a big story that's well known. And because of that well-known story, this is where they're at. When people see Aang here writing on this creature, penguin thing, again, I'm not a big Avatar, The Last Airbender fan. I only know some things, or Korra, right here. They relate to it in some shape or form because they remember the stories being told. So they look at the IP and go, oh man, I want this now. And the stories are so relatable to the point to where memes are even made out of them, right? Memes even craft their own stories to tell. Oh, Kearney says, is Tabletop Obscura logo? Just got excited when you called out one of our favorite GMs. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was the Obscura logo. I didn't know that. I guess I need to pay closer attention. That's my fault. I like it, though. It's a very cool one. They seem to be D10s. Oh, okay, that goes back to what Marine said. Gotcha. Yes. Just looking at chat. Thank you, Kearney, for letting me know about that. I'll pay closer attention, though, next time. I'll get better at that. But here, this is a great example of a great story. It was told. And while I may not be a fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is hard to deny that they didn't have a great story to tell. Which is why you can put this type of IP on a system. And it doesn't matter what it is. Truly, it does not matter. They could have put this on they could have put this on the Path system. I'll use my own system as an example. And then the Path system would all of a sudden, people would learn to play it. But I'll be honest with you, they're just going to take this IP and port it to whatever they know. That's really what's going to happen. And that's okay. So they're probably doing this for PBTA, right? Yep, powered by the Apocalypse framework. So sure, they're going to release this, and PBTA will be the thing they use and push forward, and everyone's going to buy it, and which they have, and then half the people are going to port it to 5th edition. That's okay, because they know that the IP is selling. Anyway, all that to say, that's why. So that's why storytelling's so powerful. Because it's in everything we do. And it crafts the experiences. It crafts everything. And I'll go back to the original thought of my friend here. That's why I was like, I don't know if I want to get deep into the discussion. But how do you sell something to someone when you can just use your imagination? Well, the imagination is a very interesting thing. There's some people like me who I am constantly living in my own imagination. So much so that I have something called, I think it's called like synthesisthesia, something like that. Syntheosisthesia, anyway. Where I can I typically associate color with certain words or numbers, right? As an example, I can see music, I can see the colorful sounds and stuff like that. But it even goes deeper to where I can actually see the worlds that I'm in around me. I am physically in them, I can smell them, I can taste them, right? Like, I've talked about this before. But, like, I'm constantly in them, and then what gets interesting is when I read something, or I watch something or see something, I can then translate that to my own imagination, more or less. Which is like any other human. I'm not special, I guess, in that way. But the reality is that some people translate that better than others. I'm one of those that take it to an extreme level, where some people don't even have a mind's eye, right? And that's something to consider as well. They only see words in their head. So they physically need to see something. Hence, this. Or me, I don't have to buy any of this to do this. I can just make my own. But, needless to say, but I'm going to say it, this dollar amount shows that that's actually a very small amount of people like myself, or like any of you probably watching right now. We are very, very small and unique, special things. That's a good thing, but it doesn't talk to the wider mass of people. The wider mass of people may not be able to do that. So, to answer the question of how do I sell someone something based on pure imagination, well, you tell a story, and you create artwork, and you create writing, or you create a video game, or you write code, or you make a cartoon show, you make a real show, whatever have you. You make a real life show, you name it. You tell the story, and you sell the story. You sell the world. That's how you do it. And from that imagination side, people, the masses typically, are going to get inspired by that, or they're going to be able to physically see it and become immersed in that way. Because the inspiration they already inspired by, and they were already immersed in it anyway to begin with. Right? And then that will help this grow. But they don't have a lot to choose from today. That's where it gets weird. It gets weird saying that. Because you would then think, like, with all the things we just talked about tonight, that, like, Avatar The Last Airbender or Nerdvana's, Badassery in Bunkers, I think is what it was called, which is the Borderlands one, right? Or even just here with Magpie, they don't just have Avatar, they have so much other things. They have Root, which they licensed from later games. They have Masks, they have Urban Shadows, Bluebeard's Bride, right? And this is just one publisher. Like, there's so many out there. So they would have a lot to quote-unquote choose from. But do they really? Like, all of this is PBTA for the most part, I believe. Is this PBTA? I think this is PBTA as well. It's still for the one system. Let me make sure. Oh, maybe it's not. I don't know. Oh, yeah, sure it is. There, right there. PBTA, right? So it's like they're gonna port it anyway, or they're not, or they're gonna ignore it. So, and that's just Magpie as just an example, right? We could go on and on, but it's kind of why I'm sharing all of that in general, because that's why we're doing that's why we're doing this with Paths. And I may have to put Pathfinder 2nd Edition on here. This may have to be a thing later, right? And now Twolf may have to go to 5th Edition later. Let's see here. Marine says synesthesia. Okay. You have it too, yeah. To a lesser degree, that's cool. Marine says my mother has it like you though, which is cool. That's awesome. Marine says I gotta head out, brother. But before I do, you said you wanted to talk to me about something not tonight. Do you want me to message you tomorrow, or did you have a date in mind? Oh, I'll message you tomorrow. But yes, I do want to talk to you. Well, it's not really a chat. It's more of a simple message, but there's a lot of action involved. So I'll talk with you about it tomorrow. All good things. I feel like Olaf. All good things. All good things. But yes. Looking at the chat. Wow, there's actually quite a bit of you in here. I didn't see everyone. Hello, everyone. Holy smokes. Hopefully this all helped you out in some shape or form. But again, yeah, that's why I bring this up. Because, like, for us at Smunchy Games, I'm not just doing this for Smunchy Games. Like, I enjoy Smunchy Games, and I enjoy our team very much. But I'm also very much trying to help our industry as a whole. And I'm, like, doing what I can without breaking the rules, if that makes sense. Because, see... I guess I should talk about that before I jump off here. And I know it'll be late. And Marine says, oh, okay. Sounds good then. Okay, cool, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, dude. I love you too, man. I'll see you later. Yeah, so that's another thing I should say. While I could cheat, I guess, and bring in a lot of assets and start doing that, that doesn't help our industry. That helps me. That helps me get to my goal. And then I would end up I'd basically just become something like Paizo or Evil Hat. Which again isn't a bad thing. That isn't me knocking them. They're great at what they do. But that's not really me solving the problem, is it? or at least even contributing to help solve the problem, because there's no way I can do this alone. Money is a good thing. In other words, if it's being used for the good thing. Because money is a tool. It is not a living thing, right? So it depends on who is using the money. And good or bad, or however you'd like to frame it, it doesn't solve our biggest problem, which is pulling those people in to play those games on those systems, on those consoles more or less, or the PC, right? And again, for those who may have just joined us, to put that again into clarifying this here. The game being something like the Forgotten Realms, or Naltulth, like our setting here, Naltulth, or Avatar: The Last Airbender, or an IP essentially, the Elder Scrolls, Diablo, Warcraft, right? In IP, in title, right? Games Workshop, in story, in world. But the systems, those are the consoles. 5th edition, D&D 5th edition. 2nd edition, Pathfinder. Fate, Blades in the Dark. PBTA, Powered by the Apocalypse, right? Apocalypse World. Quest, Path System. Parson Choice System. Any etc. system. Those are your consoles, those are your PCs. So, all of that said, everyone's making their own systems. There's too many consoles, there's too many PCs. There's too many things like that to choose from, and there's not enough settings, there's not enough IPs to choose from, there's not enough games. And when there are settings and IPs, they aren't, like some gamers today would complain in video games, which I don't fault them at all, would say, well, how come it's not cross-platform? How come I can't play my mobile device with my Xbox? How come I can't play Fortnite on the Switch and the PC, which you can today? But how come I couldn't do that back then? They're going to ask you the same question now. And they're going to say, how come I cannot play my setting on D&D 5th edition, Pathfinder 2nd edition, and PBTA and Blades in the Dark? Why can't I do that? And when they would say my setting, they may not be, in this case, because now we're in the future, a beautiful world here. They're not saying their setting as in they created it. They're saying their setting as in their favorite setting. Why can't they play, XYZ setting on all of them? Why does it have to be on this one? Now, we all know that, of course, like I said, 5th edition will be the top, and that's okay, because there's no way around that one. It's basically our PC, essentially. But that's not to say that maybe they want to play like their Borderlands on PC and the Xbox. They want to play with their friends, so let's find a way to do that. And what I'm saying is, in order to grow the industry, we have to focus less on the console and the PC, the system, and more on the storytelling and the setting, and being able to do cross-platform. Because not all groups play on the same console or the PC. Anyway, I guess I'll end with that, because it's going on 2 a.m. for me. But I hope that everyone enjoyed this. I know I did. This was, again, you guys kind of got to see a lot of my work stuff behind the scenes too, like where we're at with Naltulth, Smunchy Games as a whole, and like all the products we work on. And just very, very transparent. Like I was actually working a bit tonight too. I would say late pledge to Naltulth if you can. If you're interested, by all means, I'll pop this in here for y'all. But no pressure either. Like, I'm very happy with where we ended up. But if you are interested in the setting, you should late pledge for sure. Whether you play Pathfinder 2nd edition or not, you should do that. Because right now we're doing Pathfinder first, 2nd edition, but we're learning in time we're going to have to bring this to 5th edition at some point. And then maybe even on our own systems, I don't know, or other systems, like I've just been talking about, other consoles, other PCs. So, alright, well, I'm going to end it here. I did not expect to talk this long tonight, especially with it being late night, but thank you to everyone who did come out and talk to me, and chatting with me, and don't be shy. I really do enjoy talking with everyone. I may have a lot of, I guess, insider knowledge, but I'm no different than anyone else. So don't be afraid to talk or whatnot. And if you're someone who just enjoys listening, that's fine too. You know, I appreciate it. I know I am very much a lurker in some places, so I guess maybe that's just, which I don't know. Some people would never know that, but I am very much an introvert. So, yeah. Anyway, and if you decide to share this VOD with others, that's cool too. And if you, I guess, I don't know, if y'all are interested in me talking more about these things, I can. I'm totally fine with doing that. I kind of feel like maybe I need to write a book about this. Kind of a joke, but not really. Maybe I really should. I don't know now. I know it might help a lot of people. But at least our industry, for sure. I really want dreams for people to come true. So, yes. That's what I got. Maybe I should raid someone. Who's on that I can raid? Matty Morgs. Matty is awesome. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay around. Oh, this was the same thing. Alright. So, I guess that's it, huh? Alright, well, I'm half asleep, so I'm gonna go. Anyway, again, if y'all are interested in, like, chatting, or not chatting, yes, I guess, chatting more about this, or you want to learn something else, or, you know, like a base level. Like I said, I don't know everything, of course. I mean, I just know what I know. And I do have different ways of doing things, but that's not to say that, you know, and that's not to say my way is the perfect way or always the right way, but these are some observations that I would be using in any other major company anywhere. Observation-wise, this is very foundational stuff. So, even like a first-year junior in a big company who's like maybe like a business analyst or a strategist or even a marketer or a CX person or whoever, they would notice this immediately and be like, we have a very serious problem. So, and that's not me trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, so to speak. But for the way that people have been talking about it, we aren't talking about this particular thing. We have not been talking about why are there so many systems and not enough settings, and we also have not talked about why aren't settings compatible with other systems. We haven't talked about that. And it's also unrealistic to think that a single setting can be compatible with all systems. So more than likely that setting's going to be compatible with like the top 5 systems, right? So something to think about for sure. But alright, y'all, I am going to end this, and thank you so much just for taking the time to chat with me. So I will see y'all next time. I don't know when I'm going to stream again, but follow me on Twitter. Like, here. Follow Smunchy Games, at Smunchy Games on Twitter. We're here. You can even follow me personally. I don't always advertise my own. This is my own personal Twitter. But if you do have Twitter, follow me here. If you don't want to follow me on Twitter, you can follow me on Instagram. Like Smunchy Games, you can find us pretty much anywhere. So, on any socials. Here's Obscura. Going live. This was 21 minutes ago. Boom. But yeah, if you want to know more, or whatever the case may be, you can even follow. We have like a dark fiction one too. This is our subsidiary, Grave Titan. And actually, I'll retweet this. I'll retweet Obscura on our Grave Titan one too. How about that? All right. Well, I guess that's what I got. I love y'all, and just thank you for being here and whatever you do. I hope you do it with all your passion and your strength and and your awesomeness. All right, I'll see you later. Bye.